Grandpa was putting away the candy after I returned from walking Glimmer back into the woods. If Grandpa thought anything about my time with his old flame, he didn't say anything. I hadn't exactly set out to begin a relationship with one of the creatures Grandpa was always warning me about in the woods, but it was something that had just sort of happened. The two of us tried not to rub it in his face, and I got the feeling that it made Glimmer a little bit uncomfortable if she thought about it too much. I wonder if I would be in Grandpa's shoes one day, watching my own kids or grandkids falling for this mysterious creature as well. I flopped into Grandma's old rocker, and Grandpa wasn't far behind me. He sat there with a contented smile on his face before looking over at me, a wide grin stretching across it. He tossed something at me, and as it flopped onto my chest, I could see it was a Reese's cup. I opened it gladly, realizing that Grandpa had likely saved it for me as the kids came to take handfuls of candy from the bowl. They were always very polite. Mountain kids seemed to have learned manners before they could walk, and Grandpa never minded sending them away with a few new cavities every Halloween. I managed to slide it into my pocket as the Helfrey boy was coming up. Figured you deserved two of your favorite things this year, he said with a little wink. I felt a little guilty as I nibbled at the chocolate disc, knowing the other treat he was talking about. Gramps, I feel a little weird about this. Is this okay? This isn't crossing a line, is it? What you mean, kiddo? Grandpa asked, his hand freezing as he reached for the remote. Glimmer and me, I don't want there to be any... But a knock turned both of us back to the front door. A muffled voice was laughing and saying, "Trick or treat," but Grandpa looked like someone had goosed him with a poker. He came shakily out of his chair, stepping carefully over to the door as he asked who it was. This made me feel a little strange. Grandpa never asked for a stranger's name before opening the door. Grandpa was always a good host, and welcomed anyone who came knocking into his house. "It's me, sir. Sorry, I know the light's off, but Clara and I wanted to hit your house before we went home." Grandpa smiled as he pushed the door open, revealing the McCaffrey twins from down the road. "Why, Kyle and Clara McCaffrey, I wondered what had become of you. Did you start at the bottom of the mountain this year?" Both kids, one dressed as Elsa and the other dressed as Thor, nodded. "We sure did. We wanted to end up closer to home, so we figured it would be easier to walk up with empty sacks, and we filled them." "Smart kids," Grandpa said. "Son, go get that bowl for these two wayward travelers in search of sweets." I pulled the bowl out of the cabinet, and Grandpa rationed the contents equally between the two. The two kids' face lit up, and they thanked him for their sweet treats. He told them to hurry home and not to get caught by anything spooky on the way up the mountain. They said they'd be careful, and off they ran as their hands came together. Grandpa watched them go, smiling as the two kids ran off for home. Good kids. They had me worried for a minute. I was worried they might be something else. He turned to find me grabbing a couple of beers out of the fridge as we stepped out onto the front porch, content to put my previous question on the back burner for now. Sounds like another Grandpa classic coming up. Grandpa laughed, having a sip as he held the beer out for a clink. "It was while I was in the army. Not all of us went to the front. Some of us had to go guard the Alaskan front from the Ruskies, and I was sent there for my first year and a half in the army. I would eventually make it to the front and come back alive somehow, but my time in Alaska was the strangest time of my life." He was just getting ready to get started when 4 feet came running back up the driveway. The McCaffrey twins came hustling back up the road in a hurry, and as they fell onto the porch, they were panting. They both started gibbering about how something had been lurking in the woods near the driveway, and how they were too scared to go home. They wanted to know if they could call their mom, and Grandpa told them that they could. They went inside, and Gramps told me to go grab a couple of root beers out of the fridge. When they came back, saying their mom was going to come pick them up in an hour and a half after she got off work, Grandpa offered them the bottles of cold root beer, and they took it gladly. We all clinked our bottles together, and the two drank deeply with sighs of happiness. "Well, is your story good enough for an audience, Gramps?" I asked. Grandpa looked at the two kids as though weighing their worthiness. "I dunno. You two think you're brave enough for a real spooky story?" Both nodded excitedly, clearly having grown up on Grandpa's stories. "Well, okay then. It was my first year away from home, my first time outside of Georgia, and I found myself in a frozen land during Halloween. I was stationed in Alaska with my platoon, watching the shores for Stalin and his sneaky beachlanders, which would surely want to take back the oil they had once held there. It never happened, of course, but we stayed there for a year and a half as we froze our backsides off. Our days were generally spent bundled up to the eye teeth, sitting in watch stations when we weren't sitting around the barracks. I picked up some skills, learned to play the guitar, and generally used my time to better myself while my checks went home to my parents. I was sitting in my bunk one night, trying to get some sleep as some of the others played cards, when there was a knock on the door to the barracks. "Trick or treat," came a voice from the door. Private Marsh looked up from his hand and side-eyed the door. "Trick or treat?" Private Dre snorted. "Probably just those Company D boys playing around." "I dunno. I guess it could be kids from town," Corporal Snyder said. He was our platoon leader, but he was just as bad as the rest of us. "How the hell would kids from town get to our barracks?" Marsh asked, laying down 2 cards and taking 2 from the deck. "Well, this place is pretty run down," Snyder hedged. "Depending on who's on guard duty, it wouldn't be hard for a couple of kids to wander in without anyone being the wiser." There was another knock on the door and another chorus of "Trick or treat," which drew the eyes of everyone at the table. "Well, someone go check and see who it is," one of the sleepy privates on the other side of the barracks said. "I've got watch later, and I'd like to get a little sleep." No one seemed to want to get up and check, despite having plenty of excuses to explain the knocking. They were just kids. They'd leave if no one answered. It was just those jerks from Company D. Better to ignore it. But after 10 minutes of knocking, I finally rolled over and walked to the door. I probably made quite a sight in my BDU pants and my sock feet, and I shivered as the cold hit my bare chest. Everyone at the table looked at me, looking silently pleased that it wouldn't have to be them to go do it, and as they watched, I walked towards the barracks door. I pushed it open and was greeted by blowing snow and an empty front stoop. The light over the door made the snow sparkle a little, but there were no kids standing around waiting for treats. Unless they wanted shoe polish or sea rations, they would have been out of luck anyway. The guys from Company B, my platoon, were usually too broke to buy drinks at the canteen since most of us were sending our money home to our families. Most of us were sons from poor families, newlyweds with babies at home, or kids paying off debts through the service. We didn't just hand out candy to passers-by, though we would have figured something out if it were a bunch of tacks. I glanced around, decided it was moot, and closed the door with a shrug. "Looks like we took too long." As if in response, someone knocked again. "Trick or treat." I opened it again, figuring they must have just seen the light and decided to run back, but there was nothing there. That's when I realized that there weren't any footprints and the 2 feet of powder sitting around the stoop either. If there were kids walking around, there should be footprints. But there was nothing coming to the barracks or walking away from it. I closed the door, but this all began to feel a little odd. I might be 1,000 miles from home, but this was beginning to feel like being back in the woods again. "Guys, there's no footprints out there," I told them, but I don't think they understood. "Well, the snow is still coming down," Jameson, one of the other guys at the table, said. "I guess their tracks would have been covered up pretty quick." "Yeah, but not that quickly. If they knocked and ran away, there should still be prints out there. Snyder nodded, looking like he meant to add something, but he closed his mouth when someone knocked on the back wall, the cheap corrugation sounding tinny. There was another knock on the west wall a second later, then one hard enough to send snow falling off the roof, and then from the east wall, and the door again. Each knock was punctuated by a cheerful trick-or-treat, but I realized that the voice always sounded the same. Not similar, but precisely the same. Each knock was followed by the same trick-or-treat, and the repetition was a little frightening. Some of the other guys had started to realize this too, and I could tell that it was spooking them as well. Marsh stood up then, shouting that this was getting out of hand. He was going out there, still certain that it was the Company D guys playing a joke, and as he pulled on his boots, he looked at the card table to see if anyone was coming with him. Dre slid on his own boots, his coat already on, and Jameson started pulling on his layers. Snyder was telling them to just let it go, but they were having no part of it. "Don't go out there," said a deadpan voice from beside the door, and all of them looked up to see that White had climbed out of his bunk. White was from the region, a native actually, and he had a look I imagine others had seen on my face from time to time. "It's not Company B, and it sure as shit ain't no kids. It's something different, something older, and if you go out there, you won't be coming back." Marsh stopped for a moment, looking at the men around him and scoffing loudly. He told White that he wasn't going to be tricked by some damn kids. The three of them walked out to the stoop, looking out into the winter wonderland, Marsh's cigarette looking strange in the cold weather as it puffed out against it. They started into the darkness outside the halo of light, looking for any signs of whoever had been knocking. I stayed in the barracks, my bare chest prickling as the cold outdoor air hit it, and I was thinking about going to get my own jacket. Maybe this was just a Halloween prank, and if we went out after them, we could find out who was behind it. White took a hold of my arm, though, as if reading my thoughts, and when he shook his head in the face of my confused stare, I stayed put. When Marsh heard something trill out, "Trick-or-treat!" from the nearby mess hall, he and the others were off. They tromped through the snow, crunching along as they headed for the sound. They hadn't taken rifles, not figuring they would need them, and as they disappeared, Snyder threw his hands up and said he was going to bed. "If those idiots want to freeze to death, then let 'em. Bunch of buffoons will have to work with the colds they get out there tomorrow." He scooped up the pot in the middle of the table and went to bed. White still had his hand on my arm, but he let go pretty quick when he realized that he was still holding it. I sat on the edge of his bunk, looking at him questioningly, wanting to know what he knew, but not daring to ask. He kept looking towards the door, the sound of the men traipsing through the snow getting farther and farther away. "They shouldn't have gone out there. The kushtaka will be waiting for them out there." "The what?" I asked, leaning in curiously. He told me about the kushtaka, a nasty little creature that was half otter and half man. They were said to help fishermen sometimes, but more often than not, they lured them to their deaths. They could mimic the screams of a woman or a child to accomplish this, but he supposed that maybe it had learned a new trick. He told me they were devious, so it wasn't too far-fetched to assume that they might have acquired a little something new over the last century or two. "So, if I had gone outside," I asked, knowing the answer but needing to hear it, "you'd be dead," he said, matter-of-factly. We sat up a little bit that night, talking about legends from the area, and he was interested in hearing about the boogans that skulked the hollers as I was in hearing about what went bump around the tundra. His people had a very interesting collection of creatures, and when it was my turn to go watch, he offered to come with me and continue our conversation. We shared a lot of stories, he and I, and White became one of my best friends. Of the 3 that went out that night, only Jameson ever came back. They found him frostbitten in the woods behind the base, and he was discharged after losing a foot and his left arm to the cold. He kept gibbering about shadowy, slippery things and how his friends had been dragged off towards the water. I never saw him again, but I saw other things out there on the icy banks of Anchorage. We all sat quietly, listening to the story, and the perspiration that ran down my bottle was very cold against my palm. When the lights of an approaching station wagon lit the porch, everyone but Grandpa jumped a little. "Mommy!" both kids squealed, thanking Grandpa for the root beer and the candy before running to the car. Grandpa smiled as he watched them go, but I still had questions as his story came to an end. "So, was it the kushtaka?" I asked. Grandpa shrugged. "Whether it was or not, they still never found those 2 privates from my platoon. They dredged the waterfront, they searched the woods, but they never found a trace of Private Marsh or Private Dre. And from what I heard, Private Jameson was never in his right mind ever again." Grandpa watched the taillights disappear down the driveway, looking to the woods as if searching for the thing that had scared the kids. "Remember that, kiddo. Only some people who go into the woods come out again. Some never come out, and some come back broken. But some go in again and again, and never feel more than a momentary sting." "Are you trying to warn me about—" But he cut me off with the sound of his bottle as it sailed off to shatter against a nearby tree. The motion was smooth, practiced, and filled with zero malice. Grandpa threw the bottle into the woods because he always had, and when he turned back to smile at me, I knew he wasn't mad. "I'm telling you that it's okay if you want to see her. It's okay if you want to do more than see her, but don't forget what she is. Glimmer can't help what she is, no more than you can be held responsible for your humanity. But don't forget that there are things in her world that hate you because God gave you a soul and a choice. I can't prove that none of them have a soul, but I know they hold such things against us. I won't tell you not to see her, but I will tell you to be careful, boy. Be careful, and be prepared." He left me to think about it, and I heard the TV come to life as he took his recliner again. It seemed life was only going to get tougher from here. "Well, damn," I said, slamming the book closed as I laid it on the arm of the chair a little harder than I meant to. "What's wrong?" Grandpa asked, looking up from his Louis Lamar novel. I looked over and could see the snow beginning to fall behind him again. I had hoped the snow would hold off for a little while longer, but it looked like we could be snowbound again. The lull in the snowfall today had been the first time we'd been able to get out on the old truck for about a week, and we had taken the opportunity to get some groceries, eat a meal that we didn't have to cook, and make a trip to the used bookstore in town. Grandpa had a ton of books, but he was always in the mood to get a few more. To his credit, he always bought them, read them, and then shelved them before getting another one, a system I never quite took to. I'd found 3 of the 4 Dragonlance novels, and had been chewing my way through them while we were snowed in. I had hoped to find the 4th one, Dragons of Summer Flame, and, as if sent a gift from Providence, it was sitting midway down the 3 for $1 bin. I should have checked it out before I dropped a whole 33 cents on it, but I'd been too excited to finish the story, and now I'd have to pay the price. "Someone tore the last few pages out of my book," I said, my anger growing the longer I thought about it. "Now how will I know how it ends?" Grandpa laughed. "Could be worse. I suppose the pages could be blank. Then you'd know the ruin ate them." I scrunched up my brows. "The what?" "A ruin," Grandpa said, marking his place in his book. "It's the bane of all written words, and those who enjoy them." "Yeah, I heard you, but what is it?" "They look like little foxes, and they live in the margins of the books. They eat words, and they steal secrets. something they hoard like a dragon's treasure. I stared at Grandpa for a few minutes to see if he was messing with me, but the longer he stared back, the more I realized that he was serious. Why shouldn't he be? We had faced a creature made from a mass grave just this fall, and Grandpa had spent his time before that teaching me about the different creatures that called the Appalachian wilderness their home. Of all the things I'd heard about in that time, you'd think that nothing would surprise me anymore, but this definitely caught me off guard. Grandma used to say that they were the bane of a well-stocked library. I saw a pair of them once while I was stationed in Alaska. Cute little devils, but they almost ran my friend's sister out of business. Was this the native guy you befriended? I asked, tossing the book on the nightstand, as it was far more interesting to hear this story. Indeed. John White was one of my best friends. It was fortunate that he didn't go to the front lines when the time came, though I doubt he thought himself fortunate at the time. One story at a time, Gramps. Let's talk about these fox things first. Grandpa smiled, tilting his head as he tried to think of a good starting point. I guess it all started when his sister came to visit us at the barracks. Elise was a few years older than John, and they could have been twins if not for the glasses. She came trudging up to the barracks one morning just as we were finishing the top-to-bottom barracks clean that we did every Wednesday, and John separated from us so he could go speak to her. The men were curious. Most of them hadn't seen a woman in about 3 months, what with the snow. Elise didn't have anything for them, though. She talked with John, and they spoke a while in the language the natives spoke on the res. When John pointed at me, his sister looked dubious. They spoke a little longer, and without warning, they parted like players in a huddle. As John came back, he picked up his shovel, and the two of us started pushing sludge off the walk. "Everything okay?" I asked, after he'd shoveled in peace for a few minutes. "Allah is having trouble with a spirit. At least she thinks it's a spirit. It's not like anything she's ever experienced before. I know you have experience with these things. Do you think you might be able to come and help us?" I told him I'd be glad to, and we started making plans for the next time we had leave from the base. As it happens, we both had weekend passes coming up, so we decided that next Friday we'd go into Willowbrook, the city his sister lived in, and see if we couldn't help her. It wasn't uncommon in those days to get leave pretty regular. The war was starting to rattle down a little, and Alaska wasn't exactly under attack every day. Saturday morning, we bundled into the old Jeep in the motor pool, flashed our passes, and headed into Willowbrook. Now, before joining the army, I only thought I was from a podunk town. Willowbrook was a pothole in the road by comparison. It was a reservation town, about 3,000 or 4,000 people in all, with a little main street, a gas station, and a lot of tribal housing scattered willy-nilly about. The army guys went in to drink at the Whale's Belly, the local tavern, or to pick up some comforts at the general store. But that was about the length of where we were tolerated. The reservation guys didn't like us, and most of the army guys didn't like them either. But we kept a certain amount of ignorance of each other and went about our lives. So when an army jeep rolled through town during the daylight hours, you can imagine that it made a little bit of a stir. People watched us drive by with sullen faces full of mistrust, and the sight of a equally native John behind the wheel did very little to change those looks. John took it all in strides, but I could tell it hurt him a little. To have your own people look at you like an outsider was a little different than being an outsider yourself. And when he lifted a hand to an older woman and her daughter, a greeting that was ignored, he let it drop slowly. "They don't like that I joined the army," he told me, as if I hadn't worked that out already. "There's been a lot of tense separation of the reservation people and the military, a separation that I have violated." "I'm sure you had your reasons," I told him, but he only snorted. "My reasons were that Dad wandered off into the woods one night, drunk off whiskey, and never came back. My reasons were the 4 siblings left at home that needed to be fed, and a mother who slid into the same bottle that killed my father. Allah helps. That's why she understands why I enlisted, but the community just sees it as a betrayal. We pulled up outside a squat little building with a sign that declared it to be a public library, and I was surprised to see a little shit-splat town like this with such a service. My own hometown didn't even have a library, wouldn't until almost 1955, and as we walked inside, it seemed to be little more than a long hallway. The shelves were pushed against the walls, giving it a slightly claustrophobic feel, and I couldn't imagine looking for a book in here if it was busy. There was a desk at the end of the hallway, and as we came in, John's sister looked up and greeted us. "You must be the mountain man John's talked about. I'm Lace. Welcome to my library." I shook her hand, thanking her for inviting me. "It's a little cramped, but I'm impressed how well stocked it is." She looked around at the little shelves almost lovingly, clearly pleased with what she had done here. It took a lot of convincing to get the elders to agree to the space, even more to convince the governor to let me utilize the library resources to get the books I'd need for educational pursuits. They don't seem to understand why a bunch of natives might want to learn more than hunting seals and eating snow. Go figure. She flashed a sardonic grin, and I couldn't help but laugh. After spending time around the serious-minded John, I had expected his sister to be of similar temperament. Lace, however, was downright vivacious. She was a little older than John, about 4 years his senior, and it appeared that she was just as serious about her aspirations as John was. She was a knowledge seeker, someone interested in understanding more than what resides in this world, and she reminded me a little of my grandmother. She made us some tea from a little kettle on the wood-burning stove and told us about her problems. It all started about a week ago. I was shopping in the next town for paperbacks and came across a guy selling a crate of rare books. I looked through them, and sure enough, there were some first editions in there. Most of them were ratty, definitely second-hand, but beggars can't be choosers. For someone with a budget as small as mine, a crate of books for a price so low was too good to pass up. But once I got them back to the library, I realized I'd been had. The books had been vandalized. Pages were blank, paragraphs were missing, some of the books were just completely empty. I got the books that were complete and put them on the shelves, but that's when the others started disappearing. Books I'd had for months, books I'd had since I was a little girl, started being returned incomplete. Paragraphs from the middle of the book, sentences with certain words, and finally, whole books had been scrubbed clean. I don't know what was doing it, but I know it wasn't natural. "How can you tell?" John asked. She took a book off a desk and showed us a series of small paw prints inside it. "They've left these prints in quite a few books. The weird part is, the prints are made with ink, but they're always dry, and they don't smudge on any of the other pages. If it were only a book or two, I could let it slide. Everything must eat after all, but it has eaten 30 books in the last 6 days. Many others are now incomplete, missing parts of their story, and I don't have the budget to replace so many books. I need them to stop. I need this to stop, because if it doesn't, then the council will close the library for sure." John was perplexed, but I knew exactly what she was dealing with. "They're fox prints," I said, and both of them looked at me in surprise. "As far as I can tell, yes," Alace said, "but how did you know that?" "They're called ruins, or ruins. I'm not sure. Grandma's accent made it a little hard to tell, but she had an infestation of them in her library once. She had picked them up in an old book she'd bought from a traveling man, some collection of old herbs and poultices, and it chewed through some of her books before she caught it. Little terrors, she called them, but she knew just how to trap 'em. "How do we do that?" John asked, intrigued by the idea of something he'd never seen before. "They like to eat written word, but there's one thing above all else they can't resist, and that's secrets. I remember how my grandma had taken out an old leather book from a shelf, lovingly running her fingers over the cover before opening it to a spot in the middle. She inscribed a mark over the childish writing inside, dragging her finger over the page after dipping it in an inkwell, and mumbling to herself. I was small, so I didn't have any clue what she was doing. The symbols she drew lit up a little, and when she closed the book, she laid it on the desk and said it wouldn't be a problem anymore. I asked if Elise had an old journal, something from when she was a kid, and she said she had just the thing. She told us to watch the library for her, and about an hour later she came back with a little notebook under one arm. It's from high school. I'd kept it for an English class, and after the assignment I just kept writing in it. I've been writing in it for the last 4 years. I don't know if there's any particularly good secrets in it, but hopefully it'll help. I paged through looking for something good, and finally came to something I thought would work. It was a passage about a boyfriend that she'd kept from her parents, a boy named Inuksuk. Her parents wouldn't have approved of him, their fathers not really getting along, and she had dated him for nearly a year before they had broken up, her parents never having learned about the relationship. It was a secret that had never been learned, and it would be very tantalizing to her ruin. I smudged the page with an ink pen that she had on her desk, making the appropriate sign as I finished the sigil that would seal them inside the book. Leave it out somewhere. They won't be able to resist the pull of secrets. It's in their nature. The ruin will be trapped in the book, forced to eat the words until it starves to death. She thanked us, and we returned to the base, John thanking me for helping his big sister. She's always loved books, and operating a library was a dream come true for her. I'm glad that she can make a living doing something that she loves. His sister came to visit us a few days later, but she'd had a change of heart, it seemed. When she came charging through the gates about midday, I think I'd have rather stood in the way of a charging polar bear. We were at the canteen, moving some supplies off a convoy that brought us our stuff, and John and I were sitting with a few of the other boys as we soaked up the few hours of sun we'd be allotted that day. We saw her when she came up the road, having walked the 3 miles from town, we had no doubt, and John looked worried the closer she got. He told me later that she was wearing the look she wore when you had done something wrong, the look that said that she was about to beat the tar out of you, and it made him feel about 5 years old again. "Get them out," she said, pushing the book at me, and it was the same journal I had used to trap the ruin in, and I was confused as I looked from the book to her. She had her hands on her hips, her face a mask of rage and concern, and the red around her eyes told me that she had been crying. I opened the book and found a pair of sad little foxes on the inside, their images cast across many of the pages and in the margins. It appeared that she had a pair of rune, perhaps a mated pair, and as I flipped through the pages, the 2 of them seemed to have added to their little family. One of the drawings implied that the other was heavily pregnant, and as I flipped further, I saw her cuddled up with a small group of creatures. Many of the words were gone from the page, the rune having picked them clean for the little family they were cultivating, and the little blue fox that looked out from the page seemed very worried. "You know they'll eat your library bare," I asked her, seeing the rune family was now 8 strong. One rune destroyed years of herbology notes that my grandmother was keeping. I can't imagine what 8 would do. "I don't care," she said. "I don't want to watch them starve to death. They have babies. I can't just sit by and watch them die in the trap we've set." Truth be told, Grandma hadn't been capable of watching it either. She would drive away demons and banish haints, but
I'd seen her catch spiders in glasses and take crickets to release outside. She'd taken the book she used to trap the rune in out to the woods and burned it, saying that it would set him free. If he comes back again, then there's no help for him, but as long as he stays away from my library, I don't see why he can't live in peace. The sudden memory of watching the flames burn the old book away, the ashes rising into the sky as they seemed to turn into a red fox of ash, gave me an idea, and I told Elise what she must do. Take it far away from the library and burn the book. It won't hurt them, and once the sigil is destroyed, they'll be free to leave the book and go about their business. That business might take them back to your library, but if they sense that your intentions are good, they might also move on without a fuss. That seemed to soften her some, and she took the book and thanked me for the help. The Rune family never came back to the library, and I don't know what became of them, but I do know that there was a fire at a nearby military archive that year, about 100 miles from our base. I can't prove anything, but I suppose it's possible that someone found military files and classified documents with holes in the information and decided that it would be easier to burn the whole thing to the ground than explain to the higher-ups. Either way, I'd have hated to have been the man who had to control the tombs when he began to find the words missing on files that could have him locked in military prison for a long damn time. Grandpa leaned back as he finished, looking a little wistful as he thought about his time in Alaska. If I'd had any sense, I'd have stayed in Alaska. It was a hell of a place, a land of wonder and possibility. I nodded, thinking about his story. Good to know that the Appalachians aren't the only place with strange creatures. Grandpa laughed, though it does have some of the most interesting ones. I saw a few in Europe too, though, when my unit was drug over there for a while. Maybe I'll tell you about it sometime, he said, getting out of his chair and hobbling down the hall. Making an early night of it, Gramps? I asked. But whether he meant to sleep or lay with his memories for a while, he never said.
Reminds me a little of the last time I followed tracks in the snow. The steam rose as I blew into my hands, looking back at Grandpa as we made our way through the snowy forest. It was February, and the weather had been temperamental since Thanksgiving. We had experienced some thick snow since the 1st of December, and the usual decorations had looked pretty festive this year as they huddled amidst it. We had picked up as many of them as possible, but I knew that come spring we would find more of them buried where the snow had been. It figured this would be when Clarence, the cat owned by Grandpa's closest neighbor, would have chosen to get loose. Clarence was a large Mancoon, fluffier than most dogs, and she had been on the phone to Grandpa when I looked up to see the temperamental feline loping through the snow in front of our house. Grandpa had gone out to try to sweet-talk the ball of fur, looking ridiculous in his pajama pants and rain boots, as I stood on the porch and tried to get him to bundle up. He had been sick throughout Christmas, a nasty flu having put him to bed, and I'd been afraid I might wake up one morning to find that he had wheezed out his last. Then, the day before New Year's, I'd gotten up to find him cooking breakfast and feeling more like his old self. Now he was out in the snow looking for a cat, though he was more likely looking for a good case of pneumonia. To his credit, he had put on his cold weather clothes before heading out into the woods. He looked like a small bear in his snow pants and thick furry coat, his fluffy hat with the ear covers pulling the whole illusion together. Among other things on the long list of Grandpa's talents, he was a great tracker and had taken to the woods to find the cat. It didn't exactly take a master hunter to follow the cat's trail today, and it looked more like he had bounded from snowbank to snowbank. Oh, I said, feeling that maybe a Grandpa story would help move things along. Of course, we were following something a little bigger than a cat that time. I shivered as Grandpa pushed a branch out of the way. a snowbank falling on top of my head. The cold powder fell off, thankfully, before it could melt and soak through my thick coat. "Hunting wolves?" I asked, joking but a little curious to know what Grandpa could have been hunting in the army. "Bigger than that," he said, looking between a pair of prints and following the smaller of the two. "Bear, maybe?" "Nope," he said, looking back to grin wickedly. "It was nothing short of the most dangerous prey of all. Man." John and I were on guard, keeping each other company through the cold night, when I first saw the lights off over a snowy hill. I could see a truck trudging angrily over the hills of snow, its lights heading for the nearby forest. The local woods weren't a great one, little more than 50 or 60 acres of dense and hardy mountain trees. The trees in Georgia were no lightweights, but these Alaskan trees were definitely built for the weather. You might ask what anyone was doing out in the middle of the night that close to the woods, but it was February, a little before Valentine's Day, and it had been dark nearly all day. In reality, they were driving up there about 6 p.m., right about the time our watch had started. And soon I could see a fire winking on the horizon. "Surely they aren't camping out there," I said to John. "Why not?" he asked. "If they've spotted a caribou herd and can take a few of them, all the better for the tribe." He took out his binoculars to see if he could catch a glimpse of anyone in particular, but despite the clearness of the night, it was no good. The best John could determine, there were 5 figures around a fire, and they seemed to be getting ready to head into the woods. He was a little more interested than I thought was strictly healthy, and finally John scoffed as he put down the binoculars and shook his head. "They can't be going into the woods. No one with any sense would go into the woods after dark." I snorted and commented that it was always dark this time of year, but John didn't laugh. "There are things here that know the difference between dark and night. If they're out there this late, they're either very foolish or they have grit." "Let's hope it's the grit then," I said, my breath puffing out as we kept our eternal vigil over the frozen tundra that stretched brightly around us. By this time I had been in Alaska a year, the first of my 3-year stretch over there, and the cold never got any easier to handle. I don't remember being warm the whole time I was in Alaska. Not the sort of warm that I was used to. I was accustomed to sitting by a river bank as spring bloomed, catching the sluggish fish that lays through the snow melt. Alaska was beautiful, without a doubt, but I never quite acclimated to the weather. A few days later, John woke me up around midday, his own eyes a little less bleary this time. "I need your help, if you're willing." It was all he had to say. I was up and dressed in a matter of minutes, accepting a mug of cowboy coffee from John. He was dressed warmly, his thick service coat pulled up to the ears, which were covered by a furry hat I'd seen him wear often on post. He had a rifle slung over his shoulder, and his boots had fresh snow clinging to them. "What do you need?" I asked, pulling on my own coat and grabbing my sugging cap. Apparently one of those foolish kids around the fire was my godson, Liam. He and some of his friends were looking for something that had taken some livestock off the farm, and they've been gone for 2 days. Charlotte is beside herself, and no one from the village wants to go into the woods to look for him or his friends. She called me earlier to ask if I'd help her, and I know how good you are in a pinch. I was already on board, but I was a little curious as we set off for the major's office. "Why won't anyone come help you find your godson?" John and I had been friends long enough that his silence told me more than his words. I could hear him grinding his teeth,
a clear sign that he was overthinking something, and as the long house that served as the major's office got closer, he still hadn't made a decision. What was so important that he couldn't tell me, I wondered. There might be something dangerous out there, something that might require more than a rifle round. He looked at me like I might refuse to go now, but I laughed as I kept heading for the office. It wouldn't be the first boogin I've met on its own turf. Let's go, John. We're wasting lack of daylight. An hour later, and we were both heading towards the woods, the old Jeep tires slipping a little on the fresh snow. The Major hadn't wanted to let us both go. He didn't see any reason to let two soldiers slog through the woods looking for some town kids, and John's face had gotten pretty red when he'd said it. He looked like he meant to go no matter what the Major said, but I stepped in and reminded him that we were only loosely tolerated in the settlement. They took our money and they let us live in their shadow, but they saw us as outsiders, and that was never going to change if we didn't show them that we could belong. Say the two of us go off in the woods and never come back. You can just say the two of us were deserters and that you told us not to leave. But if we find these kids, we're a couple of soldiers doing right by the town. Either way, you stand to lose very little and gain quite a lot. Major Charlotte was a Idaho native, about as big as his desk. I would have put him against any Rooski who wandered in, and maybe even some of the grizzly bears out there. He wasn't the brightest bulb on the base, but he could see a positive spin when it was shoved in his face. You boys got till tomorrow, quadruple zero. If you ain't back to base 'fore then, I report you as deserters. If you ain't back 'fore then, I suggest you find a comfy spot to hunker with the Injuns. He allowed us to take our rifles and even told us we could borrow a Jeep to get out there. "Done drive my Jeep through the woods. On guard, boys," he warned us, and we promised that we wouldn't drive the Jeep off-road. We pulled up next to another Jeep that we had seen a few nights before when we were on post. It was 1400, but it was as dark as early evening. We flipped our torches on, and after some tromping, we found the remains of their campfire. They had left behind a few bottles, a little liquid courage, it seemed, and some wrappers from sandwiches or food of some kind. John was looking around the campsite, trying to find something to tell him what direction they had gone, but I knew it would be futile. It had snowed for 2 days, and the powder was nearly deep enough to cover the campfire. I waged that we'd find them somewhere in the woods if they were still alive. Is there a house out there? A cave, maybe? Somewhere they could have gotten out of the cold? John looked back at the foreboding canopy and shuddered. I have no idea. We don't go into these woods, or never did when I was young. Why? I asked, thinking it odd that anyone could quash the urge to take to the woods in search of game or just adventure. John looked at the midnight gathering of frosty trees and sighed stoically. It appears we have some time. Would you like to hear a story of these woods? I told him I would, and we crunched along as we headed into the tree line. My grandmother told me that long, long ago, when we were outsiders here, we came to settle and were hunted by something that we could not run from, something we could not escape. It came at night, hunting us as we shivered in our tents. Those who stood against it died. Those who hid were found, and no one was sure what to do. It wasn't just our tribe either. When we came together, other tribes reported losing people to this thing. Some believed it was death itself, come for us since we had dared to enter its domain. But others believed it might be something different. Our elders had faced things like this before, these creatures of the other world, and came out the victors, and they believed that they could do it again. As John told his tale, I began to see the woods around us as something different. I felt comfortable as the trees shaded us from the expressive sky, the womb of the woods, a place I had always loved in my boyhood. It was just another forest, my mind told me, and I knew how to move in a forest. I said I had never felt the warmth I had known in Appalachia, but as I moved naively through these woods, I felt a strange sort of warmth spread through me, the warmth of homecoming. And so, all the elders came together to discuss the issue. For days they deliberated, people still being drug off in the night. They discussed how it could be done, but they knew that they would have to know what they were dealing with first. They would need to trap the beast, and where better than a place it would feel safe enough to get cocky. They drew it into the woods with something they knew it couldn't resist, and when the trap was set and the sacrifice was released, they began to close the snare. As I moved through the woods, however, and John began to lay out his story, the forest changed. No longer was it a comfortable jaunt through the woods, but a crouching beast waiting to spring. Was this how the people in John's story had felt? Walking meat, just waiting for the butcher to come for them. The deeper we went, the more the beauty seemed like rouge smeared across the face of a monster. The farther in we went, the more that quiet weight hung around me. The barely contained hush seemed to be holding its breath, so I would drop my guard. As we clumped through the woods, my mind presented me with a picture of the beast that would be stalking us. A huge wolf, some massive black hound as big as a bear, stalking the woods as it followed us. It would be waiting behind a tree, peeking from behind a snowbank, and when it caught sight of me, it would grin with a mouthful of nasty teeth that would part to reveal its deep throat full of bellowing growls. It would blot out the moon as it leapt at us, burying us beneath its bulk and killing us before we could even scream. I was looking around, trying to catch the beast before it got us, when I tripped over something in the snow. As I looked to see what had spilled me, I found the first of our lost boys. His eyes were big and staring, frost forming on the orbs as he looked off into the woods. My foot had crunched through what I thought was ice, but turned out to be a gout of red that had turned solid. Something had ripped his throat out, leaving his meat frozen in the cold. His face was locked into the most exquisite look of terror, and I was tempted to run back to the jeep before I could encounter what had scared him so much. "Look," John whispered, pointing away from the body and towards the drag marks through the snow. It made a perfect little trail of frozen blood for us to follow, complete with several large and foreboding footprints. "Come on," John said. "That seems like a pretty good clue to me." As we walked on through the frozen wonderland, I suddenly couldn't stand the stifling quiet. "So, what was it?" "Could be a bear, maybe a wolf. Can't think of anything else that would—" "No, I mean the thing they trapped in your story." "Oh," John said, keeping his voice low as he let his rifle lead the way. "They called it the flute, and it was a spirit of death. They had believed it was many creatures, but what appeared was a single creature. It was hairless, an oddity in a place like this, and it appeared to be like a shaved wolf. Its grotesque body looked alien to them, its red eyes glaring from within the boundaries they had set for it. The only place it had hair was on its feet, and that seemed to work in its favor. It could move without leaving a trace, making it a dangerous foe in the wild. With the creature trapped, though, it seemed that they had bottled death, but they had done too well. As we moved, following the bloody trail, I began to believe I could almost hear the snow breaking as something followed us. Suddenly, death couldn't take them. The hunters feared no enemy. The explorers feared not the mountain's cold or height. They explored the unimaginable, fought the incredible, and learned the things that had eluded them. The longer it went on, however, the less there was to seek. People became stagnant, and many of them wished for an end. They had lived and wanted to move on to what came next. They wanted to see those who had gone before them, or to be reunited with their loved ones, and they knew of only one way to do it. "Can't imagine too much life being a problem," I whispered, but immediately regretted it. I supposed after seeing the bone collector, I could imagine too much life being a little bit problematic. It was always a stretch for me too when I was a kid, but as I get older, I can kind of imagine why it might get old. At any rate, they made a deal with the creature. They would send those to him who were ready to go, and any who were foolish enough to hunt the woods by night would be his prey. He would stalk the woods, but leave the places of man alone, and he agreed to such terms if he could walk the land again. We saw something jutting up from the snow, and as we followed the blood smears, we found a cave. To call it a cave might be a little generous, but it was an overhang and looked fairly dry inside. Without knowing what was in there, however, it might as well have been the open mouth of a dragon. As we hunkered down to peek inside, a snarling wolf head suddenly leered from the mouth of the cave. He was huge, almost as large as the bears we'd seen, and its fur was patchy and scraggy. Its pink skin was covered in sores, its nose split down the middle like someone had taken a knife to it, and its teeth were double rows of sharp yellow fangs. It was a freak, a mutant of some sort, and both of us had 2 pounds of pressure on a 5-pound trigger when someone yelled for us to stop. "Don't shoot! Don't shoot!" From behind the creature came a half-grown man in filthy snow gear. "Liam," John said, pulling the man to him as he shivered in his arms. He was filthy and freezing, but he was still alive, and apparently the only survivor of the group. One of his legs was chewed up badly, his left arm a mass of infected-looking bites, and as he hobbled out of the woods, he told us what had happened. Ma was missing sheep, and Dad, well, you know Dad's been trapped by the same bottle he crawled into after the sawmill laid him off. Ma told me to just let it go. She always says it's the death hound, or whatever they call it, but I knew it was something flesh and blood. Spirits don't need to drag your sheep off into the woods, so we went to kill it. It got Ao first, drug him off into the dark, and tore him up. When we went to help him, it got Tom, too. It tore his throat out and just jumped on Mock, too. All the while, we just kept putting shots into it, and it shrugged it off like snowflakes. I ran as it jumped on Frank, and when I fell into that cave and bashed my head, everything went dark for a while. When I woke up, it was chewing on Frank, ignoring me as I pulled up my gun. It turned to look when I started shooting, though. I shot it 5 times before it finally stopped moving, and then I blacked out again. When I came awake, I was cut up and bit up and freezing. I pulled that thing on top of me and just kind of existed until you got here. He ended up living, but not without some scars. His arm became infected and had to come off, and he never walked again without a limp. Ultimately, John told me that he crawled into the same bottle as his father, and if I had demons like that kid, I probably would too. He'd seen some terrible things, but it was ultimately less supernatural than John had believed. We were back at the base for 1900 hours, and we were the toast of the town when we brought Liam home. The town did not accept us in one evening, but when I finally packed my bags and headed back to Georgia, I was welcome in any home within Weller Brock. I had ceased to be an outsider, one of the few who ever accomplished it. We were treading familiar territory again, and I could see the house coming into view. It was nearly dusk, and my fingers felt frozen as I stuffed them into my pockets. Grandpa didn't seem to notice, but I was sure his nose had taken on a slightly blue tint after trekking all day. "Looks like our quarry's led us all the way back to the start," I commented, a little sourly. "Guess we won't be catching him after all." "Don't be so sure," Grandpa said, and I was suddenly aware of another set of prints heading for the house. I smiled as I saw Glimmer sitting on the porch steps in her usual garb, as if it wasn't cold enough to make her breath puff out. The cat in question was sitting on her lap, purring happily as she stroked its fur. It looked up mistrustfully as we approached, but she made a soothing noise, and it melted against her once again.
"There you are, Hunter. And Fisher, too. It's bad manners to leave a lady sitting in the snow. I could have caught a chill."
She rose with the cat in her arms, pecking me on the cheek as she moved onto the porch. "He a friend of yours?" I teased, stroking the cat as he nestled against her.
"Nope. But I knew his grandsire. I met him in the woods while Fisher was away playing soldiers when I was a mere slip of a girl."
"Sounds like Grandpa isn't the only one with a story today," I joked, as Glimmer cocked an eyebrow at me.
"Perhaps, but only if you fix me some of that delicious milk water like last time and invite me in out of the cold. I'll be happy to tell you how I found a poor lost beastie in my woods one night, and how I first became aware of this most remarkable creature you call cats."
I smiled as the three of us came inside, Grandpa moving to the phone as I went to get the fire going. Hot chocolate and a roaring fire sounded like the perfect way to end one story and start another. The fire crackled merrily as Glimmer lay stretched out before it, the dancing flames making her skin twinkle, which was how she had gotten her name from Grandpa, and the dazzles sent diamonds across the ceiling. I had stopped in the doorway to the living room to watch her as she sparkled. She grinned at me impishly as she held her hands out for the warm beverage. It occurred to me how young she seemed. She was like a girl in her early 20s, in both appearance and mannerism. I wondered not for the first time if she would be that way when I was Grandpa's age. She patted the fireplace as she sat up, inviting me to sit with her, and I brought the hot cocoa to her as I leaned back against the rough stonework. Grandpa was sitting in his favorite chair, watching the two of us with a knowing smile. I appreciated him for that, more than he would ever know. It would have been easy for him to be hurt, but he always seemed to take the closeness of Glimmer and I as just one of life's little blessings. The widow had been very happy to have her cat back, and she thanked us for finding him quickly. "He's a silly old thing, but he's all I've got, and I'm quite fond of him. I'm glad he didn't wander off in the snow and get himself frozen to death." She had excused herself pretty quickly, telling Grandpa it looked like he was entertaining. She gave him a wink, and I'm not sure I understood it, and then she drove carefully down the driveway, Grandpa waving at her from the porch. The three of us settled in and got ready for Glimmer to begin her story, the fire the only light in the room. Glimmer took a sip of hot cocoa and made an appreciative noise as the warmth fell over her.
"That's good. We don't have anything quite that good in the woods.
Are you telling me your civilization has existed since before settlers came from England, but you haven't figured out hot cocoa yet? I asked with a little laugh. Glimmer gave me a withering look, but spoiled it by winking at me.
We have sweets, of course, just nothing quite this frivolous exists in our world. We have more immediate concerns, like survival.
And cats, apparently.
Yes, and cats.
Wait a minute, Grandpa said. When I made you the wooden cat, you didn't seem so surprised.
Well, I had seen wild cats before. They run everywhere in the forest. But this cat was different. He was so strange that I didn't immediately realize he was akin to the felines I knew.
She closed her eyes, and as the smoke wafted into her face, I could tell that she was time-traveling back to her girlhood days. Grandpa got that same look when he thought about the past, and I supposed it was universal. Glimmer was content to let the steam caress her for a few moments, beginning her story without much warning.
This was the time after Fisher's leaving. He had come to see me before he left, and he told me that he was going to fight in a war, that I have never fought in one. He said he would be gone for a long time, but that he hoped he would see me again. I didn't really understand, but I was upset at the thought of losing him. We had become close, and I didn't want to say goodbye. He told me this was something he had to do, but I didn't want to hear it. I told him to just go, that I didn't care if he came back or not, and turned away from him, so he wouldn't see the tears I was trying to hold back. When he said nothing, I turned back to find that I wasn't the only one failing to hold in my sorrow. I was used to seeing Fisher sad, but he had seemed different after his encounter with the bone collector. He told me this was a thing he had to do, and that getting away from the mountains for a while would be good for him. He wanted to see the world and grow into someone who could protect others. I refused to listen to his excuses though. I was young and spirited, and if he was going to leave, I told him to just go ahead and go. So we parted ways. I never knew if his sadness was as deep as mine, but it was several days before I was fit for much beyond moody turns. Life went on, though despite his advance, and many weeks later, I found myself in the woods again. Now, you may find it odd that I had never seen a cat before, but my people usually stay in the deep woods. I am considered an oddity because I will go so close to human places. In those days, I would not even go that far. Fisher had always come to visit me near the borders of my world and his, and without him to visit, I hadn't been anywhere near the humans in ages. On this particular day, I was supposed to be gathering herbs for medicine, so my mother could cure some of our people who had become ill. I had collected quite a few herbs, but when I found that I was close to the border again, I got a bit reminiscent of the times I had spent with Fisher. So I decided to go and have a look at some of the other people that live in the area. I didn't know any of them, but Fisher had talked about some of them. His parents, his grandmother that had passed on, some of his neighbors, and of the friends he often went out with, who I knew had been killed by the strange lights. I wasn't afraid of being seen by any of them. I could move as gracefully through the woods as any deer, and I had hidden from the humans before. So I took my sack and bow and decided to see what I could see. I was hopeful at the start, but it was not the grand adventure I thought it would. I saw human signs, old fires, and the waste they sometimes leave behind, but I encountered no people. I followed a trail to Fisher's old house, but I couldn't bring myself to get close. I missed him terribly, and the thought of seeing something that would remind me of him made me sad. I had turned around, preparing to head home again, when the strangest little creature stood in my path. His fur was the color of a campfire, with dark browns and dots of gray. His ears had a distinctly chewed look, and his paws were large and very furry. He held a magnificent tail behind him, and he had come up on me without a sound. I was startled at first, drawing my bow and challenging him, but he mewed good-naturedly and cocked his head as if to ask what I was doing. But when it became apparent that he meant me no harm, I put my weapon away and bent down to touch him. He was very soft, not bristly, like some of the other cats in the woods. He was a little muddy, but it was clear that someone was taking great care of him, farther than any cat I had ever seen, and he showed me none of the hesitancy around me that many of the forest creatures did. I sat and let him butt his head against my hand. My other hand glided along his silky fur, and when he came to sit in my lap, I giggled as he rumbled against my stomach. When I heard the sound of people returning to Fisher Old House, I realized I had been sitting there for a while. I had become enchanted with this little beastie, and as he walked back into the woods, I followed him eagerly. We spent the night in the forest, hunting mice and playing with the leaves and sticks that caught his attention. As the night went on, and the more time we spent together, the better I felt about Fisher leaving. We were cuddling in the boughs of a tree, when the first fingers of sunlight began to peek over the horizon. I realized I had been out all night with him, and when I picked him up and headed for home, I had every intention of taking him with me. As we walked back through the woods, I was confident that no one in my enclave would be seeing anything like this before. Some of them had cats, but nothing as grand as this one. One of my cousins had a beautiful spotted cat, and my older sister had a white one with red eyes, but their hair was short and coarse and nowhere near as luxurious as this fellow. I smiled to myself as I thought of the jealousy on their faces when they saw him. One's mother has touched his silky fur. There would be no way she couldn't turn it away. He would sleep next to my head at night, and I would drift off listening to the deep rumble of his purr. I was so involved with my daydream that I almost missed when he wiggled out of my arms. He had been riding along calmly until that point, purring against my side as the two of us walked. He looked back the way we could come and made that strange meow sound again. I was perplexed. Did he have a mate he needed to get back to? He started to walk away, but I picked him up again and tried to continue walking home. He wiggled out of my hands again though, and glanced back at me with remorse as he shook his little head. "What's wrong?" I asked. "Don't you want to come home with me?" In response, he started to walk off again. I took a step towards him, but I stopped myself before I could grab him up again. I turned around instead and headed for home, a little angry as I crunched through the underbrush. If he didn't want to come back with me, then so be it. I wouldn't force him. And the farther I got, the madder I became. Who cared if he didn't want to come back with me? I didn't need him. I had been fine before him, and I would be fine again. Let him wander off into the woods if that's what he wanted to do. Let him run afoul of a big mean coyote, or a hungry owl, or one of the bigger wildcats, or a snake, or... I wiped my eyes as they started to leak. The anger leaked out with them, and soon I was making my way back the way I had come. In my mind, I could really see him at the mercy of one of the coyote packs in the area or carried away by a hawk. He was a big fella, but wouldn't stand a chance against a pack of dogs. I wouldn't find him in time, I thought, or I would find him too late, or I would find nothing but a smear of blood and some of that gorgeous fur stuck in the pool. I swept at my eyes as the tears kept coming, already sure he was lost. The sky was pinkening through dawn still hours away, and when I heard him meow, I turned to find him cocking his head at me again. I laughed, scooping him into my arms and hugging him, and he wiggled and meowed in confusion. When I put him down again, he started walking the way we had come, and this time I followed him. I could see the light beginning to intrude on the dark world, but I didn't mind. Some members of my race cannot stand the light, but I have learned to love it. It stings my eyes and makes my skin burn a little, but I try to spend some time each day in the sun, knowing that my friends are part of that light world. That thin line on the horizon would have been enough to send both my parents scuttling back to the depths of the enclave, but I followed my new friend, evenly as he made his way. I expected I would find a little burrow of beasties like him, perhaps even some little ones with a mate who would be worried. But as we got closer to the edges of humanity, I realized where he was heading. When we came to the edge of his home, the lights already on the big house. He looked back at me, much the same way I had looked at him on the border of my world. "What? Don't you want to come with me?" That look said, but I shook my head at him. "No, this is where we must part ways, little friend." He came back, butting up against my leg and giving me another rub of his silky fur, and then he trotted off for home, bounding up in the back porch steps as he sat patiently at the door. I had turned to leave, the dawn very close now, when a high and excited voice found its way to my ear. "Clarence, you came back!" I peeked through the trees and saw a little girl pulling him into her arms. She couldn't have been more than 8 or 9, and as she rubbed her face against the cats, I realized this had been where he was returning to. She was his family. She was the one had been trying to get back to, and I felt a little guilty for trying to keep him. He had home already, and my ownership of him had been a knack of death. "I told Mommy you wouldn't come back. I'm sorry I put you outside yesterday while I was trying to nap. I won't do it again. Come on, let's get you some breakfast. Then we can brush you and get you." But their plans were cut off by the closing door. And as the day began, I slipped back into the woods and made my day as home as well.
The fire crackled as she finished, and I saw a tear roll down her cheek as she remembered that day.
I think, in a way, that was how I said goodbye to you as well, Fisher.
To me? Grandpa smiled.
You were never mine to keep either. I felt hurt when you left, that I didn't admit it. You were gone, and I thought I could simply exist without you. Watching that cat go, realizing that it might get hurt and feeling hurt that it wouldn't stay, made me remember how you had left as well. I needed to come to terms with that, which helped a lot.
We all sat silently for a while, Glimmer putting her head on my shoulder as the fire crackled merrily behind us. When Grandpa chuckled suddenly, I looked up and saw Glimmer cock a sardonic eye at him. "I had to get a cat out of the widow's house once. She didn't know it was a cat, of course. She thought it was a haint that had taken up residence in her attic. So there I am, prepared to do battle with a dark spirit, and I step into the attic and find myself face to face with a highly upset bobcat." Glimmer's hand slipped into mine as the two of us listened and laughed as Grandpa unfurled his tale of a spirited wild animal and a very surprised Grandpa. We sat by the fire as the snow came down, and the fire warmed our bones. I could feel Glimmer's comfortable weight as she leaned against me, and as Grandpa unveiled his latest story, I smiled, enjoying these small blessings as they came. I sighed as I took in the destruction in the shed. It had been like this all week, and I was getting a little tired of it. Something had been breaking into our sheds and chicken pens, and I was at a loss to determine what it was. It was big, but it was also smart, and neither doors nor windows seemed to bother it much. It ate meat, as the 4 new chickens we had bought could attest, and grain, as our ripped open sacks of fish feed and chicken feed could attest. I had wondered if it might be a young bear cub, but Grandpa thought it might be a fox, given its craftiness. "Any luck, boy?" he asked, stumbling up beside me with a leathery smile. "Nothing yet. I tell you, Gramps, this thing is tricky." When I had replaced the twist of metal on the chicken coop with a hook lock, it had gotten around it. When I replaced the hook lock with a crossbar on the shed, it had gotten around that too, coming in through a window. Whatever this thing was, it was smarter than your average possum, and I was beginning to wonder what exactly I was dealing with. "Maybe it's the little people," Grandpa said, smiling as he said it. "What, like the fairies you throw bottles for?" "Not quite. More like the ones I met in Alaska. They could just walk in and out of places, and they were wicked smart, too." I opened the door on the varmint trap and wrinkled my nose as I pulled out the bait that Lenny had given me at the trading post. It smelled like old cheese and bad blood, but he said it would attract all kinds of things. Most scavengers couldn't resist it, and even some of the larger predators would find it tasty. I made sure to sprinkle some corn around it, and even set some of the mutilated chicken carcass in there as well, just for good measure. "Sounds like quite a tale. Wanna tell me about it?" It was coming on dark now, the sunset making the sky glow a deep red, and Grandpa nodded as he set off for the house. As the darkness fell, we sat around the kitchen table, drinking cold beers as Grandpa reminisced. "It all started with a briefing from the base colonel and a strange report from some lookouts. We had assembled my unit, what was left of it, and we were about 20 in all. We had some new blood come in, raw recruits, most of them, but there was talk that they meant to send us to the front line. They were starting to push back against the Nazis, and they needed just about every hand to make it happen. The problem was that we weren't in Alaska to stop the Germans. We were in Alaska to stop the Russians. The United States military had decided that Russia might decide to swoop in after the war and take back the rich oil deposits in Alaska, or that the Japanese would come in and beat them to it if the war went south for us. They also had some suspicions that the native population were working with the Russians and meant to turn on us. It was all malarkey, though. John said there were a lot of stories about how the Ruskies were worse than we were to the natives, and that any notion that they would welcome them back was preposterous. The fact of the matter is, the Russians subjugated us harshly, splitting up families and using children and wives as leverage against tribal attacks. The United States hasn't treated us much better in the past, but currently we're mostly ignored and tolerated. This is considered progress." It didn't sound so great to me, and he said it with a sad smile that let me know he was practicing his gallows humor. Anyway, I've gone off trail. The reason for the meeting was some of our lookouts had seen something strange on a nearby island, a little patch of land called Kepchke. Now, Kepchke was little more than 20 miles from the center in all directions. They had a little population of elk and lots of native birds nested there in the warm months. The fishing around the island was supposed to be particularly choice, but the natives did not, as a rule, go to the island. John wouldn't say why, but I suspected it had something to do with cultural superstition, like the woods near town. The island had trees on it, and fresh water, probably other resources, but the army was concerned that the Reds or the Japanese might be using it as a listening post. Our lookouts have seen what they might call people moving around on the island. Intel says it's nothing definitive, no confirmed sightings, but the lookout guys think it might be humanoid in appearance. Humanoid in appearance was something the lookouts used to describe a lot of stuff. Small bears, monkeys, hell, even large otters, so I've been told, have fallen under humanoid in appearance. It's ass-covering language, to be sure, But you get a glimpse of something, and it might be nothing, but in case it's something, you call it in anyway. The colonel was putting together a small team to go out and investigate, and I was selected for it. John was asked to go as well, the brass thinking his knowledge of the area might be useful, and they put about 6 of the recruits under us to back us up. John and I had a reputation for handling ourselves, and I think when we found those boys and brought John's nephew back from the woods, it went a long way to speaking for our character. So they piled 8 of us into a pontoon boat, and away we went for Kepchke. The waters were pretty fair that day, and as we rowed, I asked John why his people didn't take advantage of the island's resources. A place like that in Appalachia would have been hunted, clear-cut, and settled for sure. John looked like he didn't want to say, but he trusted me, and finally came out with it. "Legend says that the island is home to the Rinrat," he finally said, keeping his voice low. He had to repeat it for me a couple of times, and I told him it was a bit of a mouthful. "They're little people, not of our world, but similar. They're said to be able to step in and out of our world, and they like to hunt and gather as we do. They had been sighted on the island before, but they don't like to be disturbed. If we see them, we should leave. They aren't hostile, but they don't like being disturbed, and they can turn violent. We have something similar back home. Grandma always told me not to encroach on fairyland, and your Ringrat sound a lot like them." We came to the shore then, and as we stepped off, I left 4 of them to make camp as we slunk into the bush. The trees were little more like the firs I had back home, and the ground was carpeted with needles and limbs. The ground was stony, but the soil was rich and brown. It felt moist as I took a handful of it to test, and I figured there might be bushes that had nuts or fruit somewhere on the island too. It was good soil, and it must have taken a lot of fear to keep the natives from it. We had walked a short way in before I discovered that we weren't the island's first explorers. We were moving slowly, keeping an eye on our surroundings, when John tapped my shoulder and pointed off to the left. "Tent," he whispered, and as I squinted, I did see something that looked like a tent pole jutting up near us. I got the boys in order, and we crunched as quietly as we could towards the potential enemy camp. Well, they were potential enemies, but I doubt they'd be raising many alarms when we happened upon them. We came on a few tents, the poles the only thing left behind, but some fur scraps. No canvas on these puppies, and the metal poles were old and less uniform than the ones the army gave us. Sitting around the remains of what could charitably still be called a fire pit were 3 skeletons, picked clean and grinning. There was a lonely food tin sitting next to 'em, and one had a bottle clutched in his bony fingers as if he needed only to lift it to his disappeared lips. All of 'em grinned merrily as if to invite us to the party, and it was a sobering sight. We checked around, but there was very little to be found. The tin was free of labels or legends, and the bottle was brown like a medicine glass, but bore no signs. The skeletons wore scraps of clothes they had died in, but time had almost eaten these away as well. The tent was no help either. The furs had dissolved, and the metal was just crude poles. They could be American or Russians or Martians for all we knew. It seemed like the cold had killed them, but as the 2 recruits moved off, John pointed to the ribs of the one holding the bottle. They were chipped, as if something had pierced between 2 of them. A knife, maybe, I suggested, but John only shrugged. We hit the other side of the island about an hour later, but we wouldn't see anything else until our trip back. We had decided to crisscross the island during the day, not really keen on staying the night after finding the old campsite. We would eat dinner and pack up at sunset, hopefully marching back to the barracks by nightfall. We were coming back towards the boat, maybe 20 minutes from where we had left the others, when we heard something. It was a perfect baritone, sounding like someone singing from the bottom of a well. I called for a stop, and we all got low as I pulled out my binoculars and started looking for the source of the singing. I found it picking up sticks near the juncture of two firs, and it was an odd little creature, to be sure. It was a perfectly normal human, though shrunk to the size of a toddler. I don't mean it was a little person, though that's the closest I can come to describing it. It had a long beard and a thick set of eyebrows. It appeared hairy, though that could have been furs too. There was something on its belt, a knife or a small axe, and it rolled along comfortably as it collected wood. This was a normal day for the creature, something it had done 1,000 times before, and it was no more wary of its surroundings than I would have been in my own woods. The song it sang was deep and old as the hills. Its voice lacked nothing so much as rocks rolling down a mountain. I prepared to tell the boys that we would be going around when the crash of a rifle drowned out John's warning. One of the recruits, Gibbs, I think his name was, had seen it too as he peeked through his rifle scope. He had seen it and probably jumped to the conclusion that it was an enemy. There was a lot of hurtful propaganda about those of Asian descent at the time. This kid probably thought he had stumbled on a Japanese spy. John had seen him a moment too late, his own binoculars trained on the thing, and his shout hadn't come in time. The bullet hit the creature, but it was like shooting a brick wall with a pea shooter. It stumbled, never really losing its footing, and when it turned to look at our position, I knew we were in trouble. It seemed to fall into itself, its body pulling into a stormy hole that it drug close behind it, and I yelled for the rest to run. We took off through the firs, but we were not alone. Gibbs and the other one, I forget his name, were not as adept in the woods as John and I, and it showed. They tripped and stumbled over roots that we missed easily, and when Gibbs cried out in pain, I reached back to catch him. The kid thought he'd twisted his ankle, but I saw the source of his problem. A little arrow was sticking out of his lower leg, and as I offered him a shoulder, I reached down and broke it off. The woods were suddenly full of grunts and growls, little projectiles flying in to stab and prod as we ran for it. He likely hadn't hurt the creature, but it was mad now, and mad goes a long way. John called out, letting us know the beach wasn't very far, and we ran for our lives as the brush crackled under our feet. They had to be at least a dozen, and I could see furry bodies and hairy creatures as they moved about. They gnashed their teeth too big for their childish faces, and I knew now what had stripped those bodies in the clearing. They may not be violent, but scavengers will scavenge, won't they? I tossed a prayer to the man upstairs, hoping for a little luck, and as we came out of the trees, I sighed in relief. We probably looked like explorers at the end of a native film, and the irony of that statement isn't lost on me. We scared the hell out of those kids we'd left at camp, and they looked confused when I told them to get to the boats. They wanted to pack the gear, to grab the supplies, but I told them to grab their rifles and leave everything else. One of them ended up in the boat without his boots, another one leaving his coat behind, but as we shoved off into the water, I expected that the arrows would follow us on our way. Nothing came to the shore, however. Nothing followed us into the water. and as we floated out into the bay, the others asked what had happened. Before Gibbs could start in, I overrode him. We ran up on some polar bear cubs, and the mother wasn't far behind. We barely made it out alive, and it's a wonder that she didn't chase us into the bay. Gibbs gave me a look, but my look was stonier. It told him flatly not to press it, and just to learn that sometimes caution is best. We went back and told the brass about what had happened, and they figured that the bears were what had been seen. The lookouts didn't see anything on the island after that, other than our gear, which they sent a unit back to get later. Gibbs never talked, thankfully, and John and I agreed to never speak of what we had seen there. The old stories were right, and the island was the property of the Erenkrat. I opened my mouth to ask a question, but that was when I heard the snap of the trap from the shed. Grandpa and I set out, flashlights bobbing, and found a very angry fox sitting in the cage as he yelped and begged to be let out, in his high and unknowable voice. Grandpa chuckled. Sometimes, though, it's just a crafty fox with too much curiosity for his own good. We'll get Glimmer to set him loose somewhere far from here. No sense killing him for being smart and hungry. We let him stew for the night, Grandpa yawning as he returned to the kitchen table. I stayed in Alaska for quite a while, but the war couldn't last forever. Maybe next time I'll tell you about its end, and how I ended up staying in Alaska for longer than I meant to. Grandpa's yawn was contagious, and I told him that it sounded like a plan, after a big yawn of my own. With the mystery of our food thief solved, it was time for some much-deserved rest.
It was raining buckets when we left the theater, and the wipers weren't helping much. We'd been in Franklin to see a movie, some western that Grandpa had been interested in, and as we came back to the truck, the rain had started coming down hard. It was a common enough spring storm, but it turned mean pretty quickly. As we pulled out of the parking lot, it was still manageable, but as we headed for home, the sky opened up and the downpour began. Grandpa was sitting placidly on the passenger seat, but I could tell he was nervous by the way his old hands gripped the handholds at the top of the truck. Truth be told, I was a little nervous too. I'm a good driver. My safe driver discount speaks to that. But even I was having trouble navigating this weather. The road home was a 2-lane, and I seemed to be in the left lane, staring at oncoming headlights, more than in my own lane.
Easy, kid. I'd like to make it home in one piece, Grandpa said through gritted teeth.
Sorry, Gramps. This rain's a little treacherous. When the wipers revealed an oncoming semi an instant before its horn blared, I jerked the car roughly back into our lane and decided that enough was enough. I pulled into a gas station in Cloudy Gap and told Grandpa we were going to wait for the rain to die down a little bit. Grandpa blew out air in a distinctly horsey noise.
Oh, brother, it's just a little rain, kid. When I drove trucks, I used to go through storms 5 times this bad.
Well, we got time to kill, Gramps. Won't you tell me about one? Grandpa rolled his eyes, but I could see his grin as he contemplated his latest story.
I'll tell you about the worst one. The time I drove from the base to Gnome, through the worst blizzard I'd ever seen.
As the rain sheeted down the glass, I let the truck idle beneath me, Grandpa regaling me with another tale of the Alaskan wilderness.
It was 1944, and the war was still raging. There was talk that it wouldn't go on much longer, but it was still going strong at that point. They had taken the reserves from the surrounding military bases, needing every man to the front, but they still needed people to watch and listen at my base. John and I had managed to draw the short straw on that one, and they'd left us there with a mix of 30 recruits to keep track of the base and keep watch for encroaching threats. John and I were sort of in charge, being the most senior of the grunts, And besides the major, we didn't have much of a chain of command left. We were just a little puddle jumper installation anyway, and if the big brass hadn't been afraid of the Reds coming in to take the coast while we were distracted at the front, we'd probably be dodging lead in a foxhole, too. That spring, we had the worst late winter of the season, and the whole base seemed to have contracted some kind of weird illness. At first, we just thought it was the flu or maybe a nasty strep outbreak. But as it carried on for nearly a month, the medic we had didn't know what it was. You had soldiers sniffling and snorting, barely able to breathe, running fevers and taken to their beds for weeks at a time, and the number of men we had for day-to-day operations was dwindling. What's more, John said that some of the natives on the res were taking to their beds with it too, and it was becoming a problem. Public Works is at a standstill, and there doesn't seem to be a mail carrier or a public servant that isn't in bed. Only one elder's managed to avoid it, and he's basically sitting the council by himself these days. Doc Hull is afraid for the kids that have it, and there have been a few deaths already. When the first recruit was found dead, having asphyxiated in the night when his lungs took on too much liquid, our physician finally got someone to take it seriously. A couple of days later, they had medicine on the way. A couple of days after that, we got hit with the worst blizzard yet. When I say that visibility was limited, I mean you could stand in your doorway and miss the latrine a few feet away. The wind was blowing hard enough to knock you down, and the snow fell thick enough to threaten the roofs on some of the barracks. We were understaffed already, and the few of us that weren't sick were getting ragged from picking up the slack. We did very little watching in that time, and spent our days instead tending to the sick and keeping the base upright. When I woke up one morning to John hacking up a lung, I knew it had gotten dire. The next day he was in bed and running a fever that made me downright scared. The base was operating with less than half its staff at this point, and the blizzard had been raging for nearly a week. People were sick. Volunteers were having trouble getting to them, and the ones we had tried to move to the infirmary had nearly died in the process when exposed to the elements. We were in a dire situation, and it was only about to get worse. When the medicine came into a port in Nome, there was no one willing to brave the elements to get it to us. The medicine was just sitting in Nome, Alaska, but there was no way it was getting out to the base anytime soon. When the major called all of us to his office on Friday, we all suspected what he was about to ask. He was shivering behind his desk, his uniform sticking to him from the sweat baking off of him, but he knew that if he took to his bed, what remained of our morale would be gone. Boys, I won't sugarcoat it. We're in a bad way here. If we don't get that medicine pretty soon, men are going to start dropping. It's a 2-day drive to Nome, 3 likely with the way the roads are. The doc says that if we don't get something soon, about 50% of them are probably going to cook in their beds after lights out one night. I need someone to volunteer to get that medicine, or we could all be done for. The other guys who had helped me keep this place running were good men, steadfast in their duties and hard-working, but they did not want to drive one of those old Ford Jeeps we had on a suicide mission. When it became clear that none of them were going to step up, I raised my hand and agreed to go. Are you sure, Register? I can't. He stopped long enough to sneeze, long runners of snot into a handkerchief. Make you any guarantees on coming back, but if you do this, you'll have saved the whole base for a certain. I told him I was sure, and he thanked me and got me the things I would need. An hour later, I was clambering through the snow in the best Jeep we had, with a week's worth of food and enough extra gas to get myself good and lost. The first day was the easiest, and that was good, because the weather was terrible. I found myself going off-road more than on, and the snow was thick enough to clog the front glass most of the time. I had to use the dash compass a lot and pray that I wasn't about to run into a tree or down into a gully. The heater kept a little slit for me to see out of, but it was little good in all that blow. I saw towns on the map, but most of them had shuttered their doors and windows against the blizzard. The few people I got to come to the door told me to move on and that the pumps had frozen up if gas was what I wanted. I was mostly looking for directions by that point, and the finger pointing I got was usually less than helpful. That was the only night I tried to drive in the blow after the sun went down. I thought for sure I could make better time if I drove some after dark, but the second time I nearly drove off the road and into a valley, I pulled it over and settled in for the night. It was a cold and miserable way to sleep, and the Jeep wasn't the only one that took some coaxing the next morning before it would move. The next day was when I saw the girl for the first time. I nearly ran her over when I rounded a corner and found her trudging through the pelting snow. The Jeep squealed as I hit the brakes. She was a native child, her coat thick and furry, and she was pulling a sled with a lamp on the back. She looked like a small bear in all those layers, and when she looked up at me, I realized she couldn't be more than 8 or 9. She glanced up without much fear, clearly comfortable in the snow, and continued to trudge. I drove on carefully, not wanting to throw snow onto her, but stopped and rolled my window down after a few seconds. I was pretty lost, the map little good with no landmarks, and as she plodded up beside the Jeep, I asked if I was heading in the right direction for Gnome. She shook her head and pointed off into the trees to the south. "Take this road until the next fork and head south. When the woods thin, head west, and you should see the lights on the horizon. Don't go towards those lights. Head south again, and you'll get there." I thanked her, asking if she needed a ride somewhere. She was so young and just walking through temperatures I was pretty sure had killed grown men. But she shook her head and told me I better hurry. "You don't want to be late getting back to your base." I nodded, recognizing the wisdom there, and kept driving, leaving her to her adventure. I saw the lights later, the colorful lights in the sky that the area was famous for, and I had driven for about an hour before I saw some very different lights in the distance. I had made Gnome in 2 days, something that seemed unlikely, and it took everything I had to stop for the night and not go right on to the city. I arrived around 8 the next morning, and by 10 I had the medicine and some supplies, and was back on my way again. I had to hurry. I could make it back, I knew it, and I didn't want anything to happen to my fellow basemates just because I had decided to take an extended sightseeing venture. The people in Gnome thought I was crazy. No way would they have braved a storm like that. But the few natives I met wished me luck and told me they hoped I had a safe return. "Be on the lookout for a red lamp if you get lost," one of them told me. But when I asked what he meant, he said I would know when I saw it. I was back on the road before noon, but my luck was about to run out. The sun was going down on the 3rd day when I blew a tire and had to stop to change it. It was back amidst the trees, the dark sentinels making it preternaturally shadowy as they hunkered around me. The Major had prepared for a blowout, but as I hunkered amidst the wind and snow, I felt my fingers losing their usefulness. The gloves I had on were soon damp, and I had to climb back in the cab to warm them more than once. The nuts were frozen on the wheel, and I had to tap the ice off with my wrench constantly. I could hear things in the forest behind me, heavy things that had come to investigate me, and I tried not to notice them as I went about my work. It was good and dark by the time I got the tire on. my flashlight beam revealing the new circle of rubber that had replaced the old, and I settled in for the night as I prepared to continue tomorrow. The next day was the worst. I'd gotten turned around in the woods, and I felt sure I was going in circles. The blizzard covered my tracks nicely, but I was constantly looking back to make sure I wasn't treading the same ground again and again. The trees were all white and sagging, the road buried beneath the thick crust of snow, and I feared that I would not make it out of there. They would find me come spring, frozen to my seat, as my skeleton stared on in determination towards home. It was working towards afternoon when I saw a light ahead and made for it. It was red, someone having put a scarf or a mitten over a lamp, and as I edged the truck towards it, I was afraid that it might be something trickstery. I remembered the lights that had killed my friends, and Grandma had told me many times to beware things like fairy lights or will-o-wisps. I started to turn away from it, started to avoid the light, but when Grandma's old voice whispered to me, I knew it must be okay. "You avoid that, boy, and they will find you dead out here. Have faith in the old people, and have faith in things older than even me." It was pitch dark by the time I found it, and it turned out to be the same little girl I'd seen on my trip the first time. She looked back, her face guarded, and when I asked if she knew the way out of the woods, she pointed with a shaky hand, told me it was about 2 miles in that direction. She said to follow the moon when it came out, and that I'd probably be able to stay there for the night, if I hurried. I started to just drive off, but I asked her again if she wouldn't like a ride home. "It's too cold out here for a kid on their own. Why don't you let me give you a lift? I ain't no weirdo, and I promise I won't do you harm. At this point, it kind of feels like I owe you my life." She looked like she would refuse me, but finally nodded and moved around to climb into the passenger seat. "You'd probably never find your way without me anyway," she said, but not unkindly. I broke my cardinal rule then and drove on as the moon rose. It was just as she said, and an hour later we were out of the woods and back on something like a road. I could see the dim lights of a settlement in the distance, and as we drove, she said little. She had her sled in the back, her jacket looking dry as she leaned against the faux leather of the Jeep seats. She looked exhausted, at least from what I could tell, and as the heater warmed her, I saw moisture from the fur of her jacket. The longer we drove, the more worried about her I became. She looked to be asleep, so I tried to keep my megrims to myself so I wouldn't wake her, but the amount of water dripping off her was alarming. She was like a snowman in a sudden warm spell, and the water went from dripping to cascading. It sloshed to the floorboard of the Jeep, wetting the rubber mats and pooling beneath her. I finally asked if she was okay, and she groaned that I should look for the house with the red lamp on the front porch. "My sister still sets it out to help me get home," she croaked, and her voice sounded like someone with bronchitis. I saw the lamp as we came onto the outskirts, and sure enough, it was sitting in the window of a little house. It took the woman inside a few minutes to come to the door, and when she did, she seemed confused by my explanation for being there. "Sorry to bother you, miss, but I think I found your daughter walking in the woods. She said I was to look for the house with the red lantern, and she helped me get here at all, so bringing her home seemed like the only right thing to do." The native woman who had answered the door looked a little old to be the girl's mother, and she scrunched her face up with mistrust as I finished my story. "I don't have a daughter, mister. That lamp is for my sister. I have set it up every night since she went missing, and I fear I'll set it up every night until I go to join her." I assured her that I had a young girl in the cab of my Jeep, claiming to be her sister, but when I went to go get her, I was the one in for a shock. The seat was still wet, but there was nothing there but a thick winter jacket and a puddle of water. I went back with the jacket, telling her that I didn't know what had happened, but I stopped talking when she took the coat from me and began to cry. She said she had the twin of this coat in her closet. Their mother had sewn both of these coats for them, and the two had looked like bear cubs as they frolicked in the woods. I went back for the sled as well, but when I pulled it from the back, it looked very different than the one I had seen her slide back there. The wood was bloated, eldritch, and close to rotting away. The metal was caked in rust, the lantern old and weather-beaten, but none of that seemed to matter to the sister. She clutched it to her chest, wood flaking from the haggard relic, before inviting me in out of the cold. She told me how her sister had been in the woods, checking traps that her father had set. The family was sick. She and her father are dead already, and her sister was trying to keep meat on the table until their father could get back on his feet. They were hoping for a rabbit, or maybe a fox, or some birds, but instead, her sister had never returned. She had the lantern that she could light after dark to let people know that she needed help, and people claimed to have seen it many times after her death. We never saw her again, and her body was never found. You're the first person she's ever let bring her home. I don't know why she's chosen you, mister, but I'm glad she did. I spent the night on the sister's couch, and in the morning I made my way back to the military base. It appeared I had found more than medicine on the road to Nome, and I helped more than one community find something they'd been looking for. The rain came down, but it seemed less now. The sun was peeking through the clouds as we sat there, and I couldn't help but squint as it sent stars of light across the glass. I'd been transported into that blowing snow and glaring powder, and to find myself back at the start of a glorious Georgia summer was a little jarring. So did you make it back in time to save your fellow soldiers? I did. I made it back in 4 days as opposed to 6, and the major put me in for an accommodation for bravery. They sent some money home to my folks, too, as I recall, and Dad used it to help make repairs to the barn. I was a hero to those boys, and we even had enough to extend aid to Willowbrook, something they were very grateful for. The death toll on our mystery illness was small, 4 at the base and about 12 in town, and though the dead were mourned, it was considered a timely rescue on my part. We got moving again, and as we did, I remembered Grandpa's promise from the previous tale. Hey, I thought you were going to tell me about the end of the war. We're coming to that, boy, he said, smiling as he watched the hills he loved so much roll past. To all things a season, and to a season all things.
The road rolled by like a gray snake as we made our way to Buford. Grandpa sat placidly in the passenger seat, taking it all in as the trees whipped past, and the concrete beneath our tires became the only soundtrack. We only left the mountains around Kashmir for a few reasons, and today's doctor's appointment was one of them. Granddad had a checkup with a specialist to make sure that the cold he'd had earlier this year hadn't damaged his lungs, and I was hoping for a good prognosis. Grandpa seemed fine, but I'd noticed a continuous brittle cough sometimes, especially while he slept. He didn't let it slow him down, but at his age, it was definitely something to be watched. I remember when a man's cough was his own business, and you didn't have to leave town for a little thing like that. Grandpa was a little grumpy about the whole thing. He saw no reason to go 3 towns and 2 hours up the road
just so some doctor can use the same equipment that he has in his office.
This fellow was a specialist, too, he kept reminding me, and specialists always came at a premium. They would charge him an arm and a leg for something his doctor should have been able to do, and leave him a pauper at the end of his life. I reminded him often that he had Medicaid and didn't pay out of pocket for any of this, but that hardly seemed to help his mood.
Hell, I kept the same cough for most of 1944, and it never slowed me down.
Oh yeah, I said, remembering Grandpa's promise. You said you'd tell me about the end of the war. Grandpa never looked away from the window, but I could see him smile in his reflection.
It's not as exciting as some of my other stories. You sure you want to hear it?
Looks like we got some time to kill, I said with a shrug.
Well then, I guess it all started around June in 1946. It was warming up a bit, a real Alaskan summer, and the war had been over for a few months.
As the asphalt sped by beneath us, I settled in for a story as the trees that crowded the highway began to resemble the pines and spruces of Grandpa's northern home in the summer of his young adulthood.
The war may have been over, but there was still a lot of cleanup to do. My platoon had gone overseas before the end of the war, but a few of us had stayed behind to keep watch. We were supposed to be watching for incursions by Japanese or Russians, but both fronts had been pretty quiet at the end of the war. Our brass was just starting to foster the paranoia that would take us into the Cold War, but Alaska was experiencing one of the warmest summers in a while. The snow had melted and many of the locals were taken to the waters to fish and hunt. We were seeing more small crafts than military fleet vessels these days. John and I had been selected to stay with the small unit they had stationed here, and we were about 30 in all at the base. Our days were spent keeping watch and keeping the place ship-shape, and there were some of the most comfortable times I'd ever experienced in the military. It had been about 4 years since I'd left home, and my tour was coming to an end. I could re-enlist, but with the war over, many of us were being discharged and sent home. The need for a large standing military, especially in a place like Alaska, was minimal, and John figured we wouldn't be in the barracks for much longer. Turned out he was spot on with that prediction. It was Wednesday when the trucks came in, and the major called our unit to the flagpole for reassignment. He called us last, and it seemed we were in for a surprise. "Smith and Register, you're being discharged. The United States would like to thank you for your service and wish you luck in your future pursuits." He handed each of us a manila envelope and nodded before leaving us to contemplate our turn of events. And just like that, it seemed my time in the army was over. John and I cleaned out our footlockers, and as we waited for his sister to come pick us up, John asked me what I would do now. I thought about it for a few minutes, but couldn't answer him right away, as it turned out. After some thought, I told him I guessed I'd go back to Georgia. I'd return to the forests and lakes that I loved and become a farmer or something, I suppose. I knew enough herb craft and handyman stuff to get by, but I admitted I had no real prospects. "Why not stay here for a little while?" he asked, almost hopefully. "Here?" I asked, not sure what he was driving at. "Yes, you've been a friend to me and the family, and we'd be happy to extend you our hospitality." "Well, my plane ticket's only good till the end of the week, but I guess I really don't have any pressing reason to go home." Truth be told, what John was suggesting was interesting, more interesting than farming, and I was curious to see what his intentions were now that the war was over. John's family were good people, and I'd gotten to know them quite well in the time I'd spent here. I knew they'd put me up, they'd probably help me find work, and I could do much worse than helping his sister in the library or one of his cousins on their many pursuits. turned out that working for one of his cousins was just what John had in mind. John's family had a farm on the reservation, and it reminded me a lot of the house I grew up in. It was a long building with a lot of little rooms worked into it, and John lived there with his mother and father and their 3 remaining children. The other 3 were off on their own, but they came to visit pretty regularly. Sundays were usually busy as siblings and cousins and grandkids came to eat with the family, and I was welcome at their table just like any other relation. John's father had held me in high regard after I saved his grandson, and his daughter and I had become fast friends after the incident with the ruin. So I called my parents and told them I'd be spending some time in Alaska, and they said that sounded fine, but to be sure to keep in touch. John and I spent about a week on vacation before one day he took me to see one of his cousins. You know I drove truck after the war, but I bet you never guess how it started. John's cousin owned a small construction company before the war. The company had a reputation for working fast, efficiently, and not cutting corners when it counted. As such, he'd gotten a lot of military contracts when they started renovating a lot of the old military bases in Alaska so they could make them livable for soldiers. He'd come out of the war rather well off and was ready for a new challenge. He had used his trucks to help with the transport of goods sometimes, and he'd seen the merit in the transportation business and export line. He was starting a trucking company, something that was a little trickier in Alaska than it was in Georgia. His cousin Wayne was a beefy guy without much neck, and he looked at me without much confidence. "You ever drive truck before?" "Transport trucks in the military, sometimes regular trucks back home to help someone move or help pick something up. These are big trucks. Some of our routes take us over treacherous terrain. Can you handle yourself?" "I believe I can." He nodded, not really looking impressed, but clearly willing to give me a shot. He took me around and showed me the truck he had, introduced me to a guy named Doc who looked like a Yukon prospector more than a mechanic, and told me to show up Wednesday morning for my first delivery. "We'll start you off local so we can see how you work out and break you in slowly." These trucks weren't the huge 18-wheeled giants that have become so common these days. These trucks were more like troop transports I had driven sometimes for the military, and I could already feel the gears sticking and hear the brakes squealing any time I touched them. The loads we carried wouldn't be massive, likely only a few 100 pounds at a time, but a job was a job, and I was happy to be employed. John's father was glad to hear I was employed too, and said he'd rent me a room once I started making a steady wage. It's not fancy, and it's certainly not quiet, but it's a space to keep your things and a bed to sleep in. Room and board gets your meals as well, and we'll be happy to have a man like you under our roof." I thanked him, shaking his hand, and went to settle into my new place in the world. I would spend the next 6 years in Alaska, and sometimes I regret ever leaving. Alaska was where I learned to trade, where I met the best friend I ever had, and where I met your grandma. In a lot of ways, my life would have been very different if it weren't for Alaska. We might not even be having this conversation if they'd sent me to the front lines instead of sticking me in a frozen backwater. I'm pretty thankful now, but there were days I definitely questioned what I was doing there. Driving truck proved pretty easy, and I spent my days mostly hauling Wayne's equipment from one job site to the other. Wayne had about 20 guys in his outfit, and most mornings started by taking them to the job site, unloading their gear, and then taking some more to a second job site and repeating the process. Sometimes I helped them on the site. Sometimes I worked a few hours in the morning and was free to wander till they needed picking up again. Either way, there was money in my pocket, and I couldn't complain. John spent his days on the farm, helping his parents and siblings bring in the harvest or tending to the livestock, and we spent our evenings on the front porch drinking beer and talking about old times more often than not. Sometimes his siblings would join us. Sometimes we'd sit with each other for company. But I believe that John and I started the tradition that the two of us keep to this day. John had stories about his youth, and I had stories about Grandma and Glimmer and the oddities that I'd encountered in North Georgia. In John I found a kindred spirit, and his childhood seemed to be as fraught as mine. "It's nice to have someone to talk to about these kinds of things," he said one night after finishing a story about saving his cousin from one of the otter people who was supposed to live near the coast. "Even some of my own people don't believe in these things, and the ones that do don't often like to talk about it. Talking invites these creatures to come back, calls them to the teller, but I say that by telling, we spread knowledge. People should know that things like this are out there and that they can be dangerous if they aren't careful." I agreed, never having looked at storytelling in such a way before. I'd been working with Wayne for about 3 months when he came to me with something more substantial than his usual shuttle service idea. "One of my drivers fell and broke his leg this morning. He can't take the delivery to Taylor that he usually runs for me. I need you to take the milk truck up there and get the old bottles to repackage at the Silpry Dairy. This is one of my biggest clients, and if we can't make the delivery, they'll be left with about 100 gallons of spoiled milk. I know it's a big ask, but do you think you can do it?" I assured him that I could, and when I hopped behind the wheel of the milk truck, it felt like stepping back into that Jeep I'd driven to Nome a couple of years ago. The clock was running, time was a factor, and though it wasn't as dire as medicine for the bedridden, it was still pretty important. The bottles clinked against each other as I took off, and I heard 'em jingle all the way to Taylor. The roads back then were little more than dirt tracks, but the thick snows hadn't come yet, and the sun showed me the way as I rumbled over the ruts and holes. I passed through towns that I'd seen boarded against the blizzard last time I'd been here, and when I turned onto the last stretch of my journey, it was well before noon. The milk truck had been well kept, and the gears hardly whined as I shifted through them. It was hard not to keep an eye out for red lanterns or little hairy men on the hunt for game. Alaska was a place where you could plausibly catch sight of anything, a land that seemed steeped in magic, and I doubted then that it would ever be tamed as the West had. Alaska, like Appalachia, is not a place to surrender easily to new management. Nothing of note had happened until I came across the dog. He was a big old mutt. I had kind of thought he might be a wolf for a minute, but when he looked up at me, I could tell he was in a bad way. I pulled over to have a look, and it appeared that someone had run over his foot. He didn't have a collar, and I didn't see anyone nearby, so I put him in the back of the truck and figured I'd find him a spot in Taylor once I got there. His arrival proved to be lucky. I was about an hour out of Taylor when I found a tree across the road. We were coming through a valley, the hills high on either side, and I began to have thoughts about bandits or troublemakers. I took my knife and went to go check it out, looking around for signs of ambush as I went. It wasn't a very big tree, half-grown thing at best, and as I shifted it, I heard my new friend start growling. I dropped the tree and drew my knife, calling it a challenge to what I figured was a couple of would-be thieves. That's when I heard the noise. It was like squirrels with the volume turned up to 1,000, and the dog started to bark louder. I heard the sound retreating back up the hills, and I got there in time to watch the scrub grass shaking and find my new friend panting happily, looking very pleased with himself. I shrugged and got the tree out of the way and was back on the road in no time. The milk was there early, as it happened. Earlier by far, said the man who received it. Guy who usually brings it says he has to stop and clear the road a few times on the way here. Looks like you got the whole shipment, too. Other fellas usually missing a couple of bottles." I snorted, petting the shaggy mutt and realizing that an ambush had indeed been intended. I loaded up the empty bottles and made my way into town to see if I could get my new friend some help. The local vet patched him up and said he looked like a fine dog, and if I had a mind to keep him, that I'd probably get many good years out of him. I decided that was just what I meant to do, and loaded up so I could get myself back to the depot. We didn't encounter any trouble on the way home, and I never found another obstacle of that nature on the road again. Not when we were doing the milk run, that was. I dropped off the empty bottles at the dairy on the way back, and the woman at the receiving bay was glad to have them. She had been worried when she heard that Rod broke his leg, but she said it was a surprise to see me rolling in before dark. When I asked why, she told me a similar story to the one I'd heard earlier. Ra has some trouble on the way almost every time. We thought he was just making it up as an excuse for losing milk, but I guess he was telling the truth. Hopefully they use you more often. I might be able to eat dinner before 8 o'clock since I can start washing so early. Wayne was waiting for me on the front porch of the depot when I got back, and he handed me a bottle of something as I walked up. "I just got a call from Ephra at the dairy. She said she was impressed by your speed and would be glad to see you drive the route again." I took a sip from the bottle and discovered it was a dark brown ale, probably homemade. I may have underestimated you, and for that I'm sorry. If you can maintain that kind of work ethic, I think we can start getting you some better jobs and some better routes. We clinked our bottles together, and it was the start of a fruitful period for me. I drove the milk run twice a week. I ran mail to the distribution centers sometimes. I drove to Nome and Bethel and even Anchorage a few times to take one thing or another. Wayne hadn't sugarcoated it. The roads were often dangerous, but I was careful and rarely missed a deadline. I did have one stipulation if I was to drive for him, and that was that the dog be allowed to live at the depot and accompany me when I made runs. Wayne said he'd been looking for a good dog, and Scrap became a familiar face in my cab and around the shop. When I finally left Alaska, Wayne said he would write me a recommendation for any trucking outfit I wanted, and he was sorry to lose such a good driver. I had many adventures on the open tracks, and they all started with that first milk run from Willowbrook to Taylor. We had entered the outskirts of Beaufort as Grandpa wrapped up his story, and I looked at him appreciatively as we rumbled along. "Sounds like you were one of the first ice road truckers," I joked, and Grandpa scoffed. "Pure silliness. Most of those guys play it up for the network. I definitely had some harrowing times and some tricky deliveries, but if every day had been like that, I'd have likely never made it all the 6 years. I did run up on a bear once, a big brown fella but we were pulling into the parking lot and Grandpa shook his head. Looks like we'll have to save that one for another time." I couldn't help but feel a little cheated. Grandpa's stories sometimes seemed as constant as the old man was, and I prayed they never ended. Grandpa and I were sitting in the living room when we heard the noise. Grandpa had just finished a breathing treatment, which may or may not have been why we didn't notice it sooner. He'd been prescribed 2 a day until the remains of his cough were gone, and he hated them. The little machine was too noisy, Grandpa said. The medicine tasted bad, Grandpa said. It was all a lot of fuss over nothing, but I saw the difference in his cough. Ever since the doctor had put him on the treatments, I had heard him cough maybe once or twice, but never with the volume he used to. He was practically back to his old self, and that was good. With summer already upon us, Grandpa was making plans that would take us out of the house and into the nearby woods quite often. This also made it a great incentive to take his medicine. If he wanted to go out adventuring, he needed to get his treatments finished. Grandpa had just put the little mask back on the machine when we heard an almighty rumble from just outside the window.
I looked at Grandpa, wondering what it could be, but after hearing it a second time, Grandpa laughed and picked up his crossword. I had put my book down, wondering if we should be concerned about it, but Grandpa just waved it away.
"It's nothing. Just a bear sleeping under the back porch."
A bear?" I said, my fears not dampened in the least.
"They do that from time to time. It's probably a young bear who's away from his den for the first time and just looking for a spot to sleep for the night."
It was getting dark out there, the sun dipping below the trees as Grandpa and I whiled away our evening. I'd been thinking I might go out and call Glimmer so we could meet up for a walk, but the presence of a bear made me think better of it. The bears around here aren't usually keen on people, and I had little doubt that if I went messing around by the porch, I'd invoke his ire. Grandpa looked up, snorting at my look of trepidation.
"It's not a big deal. Least, it's outside. Heck, I once drove about 70 miles with a real beast in the back of my truck."
The one in the front yard?" I asked skeptically.
"No, when I drove in Alaska."
I was already on my way to the kitchen to get a couple of beers. We probably couldn't go drinking on the porch, but we could enjoy them and Grandpa's story right here in the living room. I'd opened them up and came back in, and we clinked bottles as I took a seat and settled in.
"Well, if you insist, it all started with my first trip to Nome. John's younger brother woke me up one morning to tell me that Wayne was calling for me. I'd been driving truck for him for about a year and a half now, and I was pretty happy with the job. I got to drive all over the place and see all kinds of things. The pay was good, and there was a little gas stop on the way to Taylor that served a pretty good lunch and had a cute waitress I had kind of fallen for. I was hoping that he was calling to send me in that direction, but it turned out he had bigger plans that day. 'Jack, I need you to go to Nome and make a very special delivery.' My ears perked up. I'd never been to Nome. I knew it was a pretty big city, place a young man might get into trouble if he wasn't careful, and I was excited to see a new place. We were still using the old transport trucks, and I knew that if it was a long haul, I'd be driving one of the nicer ones. The nice hauler trucks were always the best maintained, and usually had a working heater, too. 'I'm in. What's the job, Wayne?' 'There's a fella in town that wants us to take a load of expensive furniture up there. It's really pretty stuff, handmade from local wood, and the guy in Nome is paying him top dollar for it. He's offering to pay us some of those top dollars if we get it there on the quick, like within 48 hours. I whistled. Nome wasn't a short drive, and to get there before the marker, I'd have to drive all night to do it. It was doable. I'd done it before, but that was going to be a hell of a drive. We talked a bit about pay, and after settling on a special rate for a special job, I got up and got ready to head out. I took my thermos, a radio I had from my army days, and dressed warm in case the heater didn't work. This was early spring, and there was still snow on the ground, but I wanted to be warm if something unforeseen popped up. Turned out, something unforeseen was waiting for me up the way. Wayne had Tallulah ready for me by the time I got there. Tallulah was our best rig. It was the closest thing to a semi-truck that we had, and the back was big enough to carry all the furniture and then some. Wayne asked if I wanted scrap, but I told him it would be a bad trip to take the dog on. Time was of the essence, and scrap was likely to slow me down. I checked the back, pulled up into the cab, and told Wayne I'd see him in a couple of days. Once you drop off your load, feel free to stop for a rest. Don't be stupid and try to cruise all the way home. You're only human. I told him I'd be careful, and one thermos of coffee later, I was on the road to Nome. The road, like I said, wasn't really a road like you'd think back then. If it was on concrete, I was in a big city or a major town or a military installation. Most of the time, I was driving on dirt roads packed tight from many wheels. The going was only bad in a few places, and the truck was heavy enough that the ice never really slowed me down much. Braking was always a harrowing experience, but it was something I'd gotten used to. Even when you weren't trying to stop on snow, the ground was stony, the dirt was flaky, and you were just as likely to slide off an embankment in the summer as winter. The trip to Nome was pretty uneventful, though I did get lost once and had to find a workaround. Luckily, a sign popped up before I got too turned around. I made it to Nome in just over 42 hours, and it was one of the first real cities I'd seen in a while. It wasn't as grand as it would become, but given that I hadn't seen a big city since driving through Atlanta to get to Basic, I was certainly impressed. It took me another hour to find the fella's address, but I soon had the furniture unloaded, with some help from his sons, and I was on my way again. I should have stopped in Nome, but after looking at what the hotels wanted for the night, I decided to head back out and just sleep in the cab after I'd gotten down the road a piece. Turned out that piece was only about an hour out of town, and by then my eyes were trying to snap shut like cheap window shades. I pulled over to the side of the road, made sure everything was as secure as it could be, and stretched out across the seat to catch a little rest. I had slept for about 6 hours when suddenly something rattled the truck. I was pulled awake by a sudden jolt, and as the wheels settled, I wondered how much of that had been a dream and how much had been reality. I looked around the cab and realized I wasn't going to get any answers in there. Stepping out into the cold March air, I checked the truck for damage. The trailer was fine, the wheels intact, and everything appeared to be ship-shape. I checked the inside of the trailer and saw that the big blanket that had covered the furniture was still there, but whatever had jounced the truck had knocked the flaps loose that kept the back covered. I retied it and got back in the cab, now fully awake and ready to roll again. I had driven a while, heading for home, when something moved in the back of the trailer. It wasn't much, just a little shift, but it made me wonder if the blanket was the only thing back there. I thought about pulling over to check, but opted against it. I could feel the way the wind was hitting the side of the trailer and just knew that it would be colder than a witch's tit out there. I was hoping to make some miles before stopping again, and as we rolled along, it seemed like smooth sailing. I had a few more hours of easy driving to go, but eventually my luck ran out. I was navigating some tricky turns, the road narrow and a little icy, when I took one of them a little too hard. I heard something slide in the back, and when it connected with the side of the trailer, it loosed an angry roar that sounded huge. I was so surprised by the noise I nearly ran off the road. I wondered if I'd fallen asleep at the wheel when something slammed into the other side of the trailer. It hit the wall, bouncing like a pinball as I tried to keep the truck from tipping over. Whatever it was huge. It took everything I had to keep from sliding off the edge, and as it roared again, I thought I had a monster in the back of the truck. It was heavy enough to jounce the trailer, but not quite heavy enough to tip it over. I could hear the angry sound of metal as it grated long claws over the inside, and I expected to see holes at any minute. I was terrified to stop, thinking it might get into the cab if it knew I was in there. Finally, I just slowed down some so it could escape if it wanted to. I felt a cold draft a moment later, and wouldn't realize till I stopped afterwards why. The thing had torn a gash in the back cab about as wide as my hand, and the claw it had used to do it had missed me by inches. At the time, though, all I felt was a sudden rush of air, followed by a huge jounce that felt like something had hit the back of the truck again. I looked in the mirror and saw the length of canvas that covered the back of the trailer flapping in the middle of the road. and the body of an absolutely massive grizzly bear, barely visible beneath it. The paws, however, were on full display, and they were the biggest I had ever seen. I could feel it watching me as I drove away, and I didn't dare stop until I had put many, many miles between us. I was fully awake then, and I would be for the next 12 hours. I made the trip back in record time, and when Wayne asked what had happened to the back of the trailer, I told him the story. To my surprise, he laughed. "You gotta watch where you stop around here, Jack. You'll get all kinds of stowaways if you park too close to the woods for too long. Don't worry, I won't take the repairs out of your pay this time." I was always careful when I parked for the night after that, but that furry fellow wasn't the only passenger I ever had. As I sat listening to Grandpa's story, the snores of the bear made a fitting backdrop. "Sounds like an unbearable situation," I said, and Grandpa rolled his eyes as he chuckled in spite of the corn. "I guess you could say it was a grizzly experience. He was definitely the worst guest I had in my truck," Grandpa said, covering a yawn as he sat back in his chair. That reminded me of something else. "Hey, didn't you tell me once you picked up Santa Claus? I could have sworn you said you did, but you never told me if it was in Georgia or But that's when I heard a second snoring join the first, and I knew that story time was over. I threw one of the big blankets over Grandpa and went upstairs to get ready for bed. Grandpa snored happily in his easy chair as he dreamed of frozen roads, great bears, and times gone by. I was mowing the grass when it happened. It was approaching July, and Grandpa's property was small but in constant need of a cut. The rains had been numerous in the last few months, the lightning cutting the sky with long forks that shook the mountains most nights, and Grandpa's grass would be ankle deep by next Friday if this kept up. I didn't really mind mowing the half-acre that held Grandpa's house, but the acre in the down below that he also owned was full of stones and roots that would make the endeavor treacherous. I was cutting around the back of the house when I suddenly heard the sound of a flute. I picked my head up, the setting sun making me squint as I looked at the woods. The flute was high, something about it sounding almost magical, and I felt my feet taking me towards the dark mouth of the forest. I was like those children in the story about the mice, and with each step I felt less in control of myself. I began to sway a little, the charms and the wards that had been slow to come to my mind, now falling hollowly away in the face of such a draw. I had just passed into the shadowy embrace of the forest canopy when someone tackled me around the waist and pushed me to the ground. I struggled against the person, my feet jouncing in tune with the flute, but as the music began to move away, I looked up to find that Glimmer sat atop me. Hell of a greeting, Glimmer, as usual. I expected to see her childish smile full of mischief, but her face was absolutely dour.
"You are lucky I came to rescue, Hunter. What were you thinking? Following the fairy pipes into the woods? You could have been killed."
"Good thing you were here to save me from the woodwind section," I said, a little flippantly, though I meant it in jest. "What's all the ruckus?" came a voice from the house, and Grandpa came stumping onto the porch. He looked concerned, but it was tinged with good humor at the sight of us rolling in the grass clippings. Clearly, he thought he had come across something a little more intimate, but one look at Glimmer cleared that right up.
"Hunter was about to follow the Fae music into the woods,"
Glimmer stated matter-of-factly as she helped me get up. "Jesus, boy, didn't I teach you better than that? What in the hell is Fae music?" I asked, now completely confused as I wiped grass clippings off myself. Grandpa started to look cross, but then scratched his chin as he thought about it. Have I never told you about the Fae music?
Fairy lights, yes. Fey music, no, I said.
Glimmer turned her angry look upon Grandpa now.
Fisher, how could you not warn him? You know how devious they are.
Well, excuse me, Grandpa huffed, throwing his hands up. There's a lot of things in the woods that could kill any one of us, and not all of them are magical or unknown.
A few minutes later, as the sun settled into the dying light of the day, and our drinks sat sweating in their cup holders, we sat on the porch as Grandpa told me about what had nearly ended my life.
Fey music isn't actually of the Fey, Grandpa amended, but that's what Glimmer's always called it.
It is what Father always called them, and just because it's not connected to the fairy courts doesn't mean it isn't of Fey.
Are you ever going to elaborate on these fairy courts that you keep talking about? I asked, more curious about them than the weird forest music.
Focus, Hoss. We ain't talking about fairies tonight. The Fey music is disembodied music that guides people into the woods so that whatever is causing it can take them away and do whatever it intends to do with them.
Wait, so does it kill them or just take them?
No one knows. Those who are taken never return. Whether they are devoured by whatever plays the music or simply takes them to Fey for sport, no one ever returns.
I took a long sip as I thought that over, not sure what to say about it.
It isn't even native to the Appalachian area. I first encountered it in Alaska, and other people have reported hearing it in the desert, while at sea, and one in the tundras of Siberia. Whatever it is, it's greedy, and it's hungry.
Glimmer looked up from the condensation on the side of her bottle, loving to watch the moisture trail as it slid down.
Wait, you never told me that you heard the fairy pipes in this Alaska place.
Yup, one night while I was drinking with John, actually.
He started to take a sip, but stopped as he noticed us eyeing him intently.
What?
Nothing. This is just usually when you tell us another of your stories about times gone by.
Yeah, we just assumed you were setting us up for a Grandpa story. Grandpa drained his beer in a single long pull before tossing the bottle over his shoulder, where it bounced off a tree and fell without breaking.
I mean, if you insist, it all started much like this, with lukewarm beer and good friends telling tales on John's porch. John and I were sitting on the porch with two of his younger cousins. Both were in high school and were visiting for the summer, and the four of us were sharing tales. The oldest of the two, Moss, was telling us about how he'd been fishing in his kayak when something had bumped him and made him lose his paddle. After a few hours of aimless floating, he had been pushed back to shore by something and hadn't taken to the water again since. Could have been a whale or an orca, I suppose, but Da always figured it was the kushtaka. They had probably taken my oar to begin with and then felt bad about it after the fact when they realized I'd drift off into the ocean. We sat in silence for a few minutes, sipping our beers and contemplating. That night, however, only one great mystery had my mind, and that was whether I could make it to the edge of the woods before my bladder burst. I had become gripped by a sudden and monstrous need to make water, and now that the story was told, it had reared its head like a breaching whale to remind me that it was here and must be served. I excused myself, leaving my bottle on the porch rail and high-stepping it to the woods as my drinking mates laughed behind me. I hit the edge of the trees, unzipped, and let fly as my groaning innards sighed happily. The night beyond the porch was lit by little besides the moon, and as I watched the trees sway in the light wind, I couldn't help but shudder a little. After the fairy lights, I didn't much like to be in the woods at night, and these woods were as far from my woods as they got. Everything from the stony soil to the strange trees made me feel like an explorer in a foreign land. I had just finished, my zipper still halfway up, when I heard the first halting refrains of the last thing I had expected. It was a piano, and it was playing something deep and haunting. I looked back towards the collection of houses, expecting to hear it coming from somebody's open window, but when I looked back, I realized it was coming from the woods. It was music played by a master, someone who had perfected their craft over years and decades and millennia. I took a curious step forward, wanting to see if it was a real piano or just someone with a radio, but that step became another as my curious feet brought me into the dark woods. The moon was muted here, the ground a mystery that my feet seemed to understand better than I did. I went a little deeper, the music calling me to explore, and before I knew it, the warm glow of civilization was nothing but a suggestion behind me. That was when I realized something more than piano music might be going on here. Whatever curiosity had taken me was beginning to ebb as the memories of my last moonlit stroll reasserted themselves. Had my chase with the fairy lights really been so different? My drunken friends and I had gone tripping through the woods as we chased our death, and only I had come back again. Whatever this was, I feared it meant to do the same thing, and though I pulled against it, I was powerless to stop my feet from pulling me ceaselessly forward. I tried to reach out for a nearby tree, but it appeared my arms were outside my control as well. I was a fly in the spider's web, a bug in the mouth of a fly trap, and I was walking straight into danger. The song played on and on, never ending, and although I had to be getting closer, the volume of the music never increased. It was like the insectile ree of the cricket, and it seemed always out of sight and out of reach. I went on and on, the piano and its player never coming into focus, and that might have been all that saved my life in the end. I don't know how long I walked, but it had to be about an hour. I had been barefoot, and though my feet knew the path, they didn't seem to care if the path was over sharp rocks or through summer thorns. I tried to cry out, but my mouth didn't work either. My legs and feet were soon battered and bleeding, and I suppose that if they noticed me gone, their dogs might have a good fresh trail to lead them to the scene of my demise. As if summoned by my thoughts, I began to hear voices. I wondered if it was part of the music for a moment, but when John's voice rose to call my name, I tried to call back to him. My vocal cords, however, were just as useless as they had been when I stubbed my toe or cut my leg. I could only manage a useless mewling sound, and prayed that maybe my feet would lead them to me as I crunched along. John's voice sounded miles away, his cousin's farther than that, and as I continued to cry out, I tried to get control of my body again. Just my voice, that would be all I would need. Just a yelp or a yell, and they'd be able to find me. Just a shout or a noise, and they'd know where I was. I could hear them getting closer. At least John was, and the more I tried to yell, the less seemed to come out. I closed my eyes, trying to summon all my strength, but I was powerless to stop this. Was this really how I was going to die? I thought. I'd stood against the bone collector. I'd stood up to ghosts and survived. I've been brave enough to sign up to take part in a war that took me farther from home than I'd ever been. I'd done all these things, and this was how I was going to shake out. It didn't seem fair. Why let me overcome so much just to die like this? Little did I know that dying wasn't what fate had in mind for me. "You lost, boy?" I opened my eyes just as something poked me straight in the forehead. A little old man was standing in front of me, his weathered face looking like a canvas of age. He was stooped, his gnarled hands wrapped around a wooden walking stick, and my eyes crossed as I tried to focus on the large, wrinkled finger that sat square in the middle of my forehead. I took a moment to notice that the music had ceased, to be replaced by the sounds of insects as the forest came back to life. What did you do?" I half whispered, stepping back with a harsh jerk as I pulled away from his finger. "Got 'em out of your head," the old man said. John called out again, and I found that I was able to answer him this time. I called out, letting them know that I was here. I expected to turn back and find the old man gone. That was usually how it worked, but I jumped a little when I turned back to find him, still standing there. He was looking at me strangely, his head cocked a little to the side, like a dog with a scent. "Not your first time stumbling across the unknown, I'd say?" the old man asked, and he grinned toothlessly when I nodded. "You must be the young man living with my nephew and his family." I started to ask what he meant, but John came out of the bush then and asked if I was okay. "We got scared when you never came back. Then Moss started heading into the woods, and I suspected it might be," but he noticed the strange man then, and his face split into a smile. "Great Uncle Nat, it's good to see you. Did you have a good trip?" "I did, nephew. I see you've made a new friend." He looked at me then, smiling wetly before saying, "Come to my trailer when you have a free moment. I would be very interested to know what sort of knowledge we might trade." He stumped past us, making his way easily through the woods as John and I watched. That was how I learned about the Fey music, what the natives call spirit noises, and met John's great Uncle Nat. He was a man I would come to admire and learn much more from.
The crickets in our own wood made a fantastic background as Grandpa's story came to an end. We were left sitting there, listening to the night unfurl around us, before it was broken by the sound of a smashing bottle. Grandpa had launched another beer bottle into the woods before settling back in his lawn chair. Nat would sort of become my mentor, as Grandma once had. I would learn a lot from Nat, and it was all things I would bring back to Appalachia when I eventually returned. I would hear the fairy music again when I returned, but I was ready then, and it never trapped me like that again. I leaned my head against Glimmer's, listening for the music I had heard earlier, and glad not to hear it. Appalachia is a magical place, but it can be unforgiving. I resigned myself to be more steadfast in my studies with Grandpa. I wanted to be ready the next time I heard the pipes. Hey there, everybody. It's Dr. Plague, just popping in at the end to say a very special thanks to our guest voice tonight, La Dama de Blanca. For my Spanish-speaking listeners, she narrates creepypastas in Spanish, so if you'd like to listen to her, I'll leave a link below to her channel. I'm sure some of you have found me through there. She's really fond of my stories, and she likes to narrate them. I was so honored to have her reprise her role as Glimmer, and it's always a pleasure to have her on the show. Thanks, La Dama. My grandpa stories just wouldn't be the same without you as the voice of Glimmer. Alright, let's roll those end credits. I breathed in deep, pulling the warm Georgia air into my lungs.
Concentrate, son. Feel the energy building in your core. That's your reserve. That's the energy you'll push into your spell work. This will empower your runes, fill your barriers, and defend you from things that would do you harm. I felt something, but it was hard to explain. The fibers were there, the fledgling tendrils of whatever Grandpa was talking about, but it was like something hidden, only to have it slip away when you tried to grasp it. I'd reach for it, I'd find it, but whenever I tried to exert any kind of control over it, the energy would move away from me. Don't be so rough, boy. Let it come to you. You can't manhandle it. You gotta let it come through on its own. I sighed, opening my eyes as sweat stood out on my forehead. I'm trying, but it's like telling somebody don't think about it after giving them something to think about. We were sitting in a clearing area near the vegetable patch, our legs Indian style beneath us. Grandpa had been teaching me runes and sigils for about a year, but this was the first time we'd worked with the concepts of empowering them. Grandpa said it was essential if you wanted them to be more than squiggles, and I was trying my hardest to make them work. Trying, but ultimately failing. Grandpa, however, didn't seem too perturbed. It ain't easy. I struggled with it myself for a while, and I was a lot younger than you are. I sat back against the wall of the shed, listening to the crickets as they began to tune up in the early evening. Soon the mosquitoes would be out, and we'd have to retreat to the porch if we meant to enjoy the sunset. They had been exceptionally bad this year, the heat really not helping, and Grandpa and I were hoping for a good freeze this year, so they wouldn't be so bad next year. "Grandma teach you this?" I asked, wondering if Grandpa had taught Mom any of this. "She did. Well, she taught me some of it. The runes, the sigils, they were all Grandma's. She taught me how to empower them, but the rest came from Nat." "Uh-huh," I said, peeking from one eye. "The mysterious Nat. How come I'm just now hearing about him?" Grandpa smiled into the sunset. "It wasn't time yet. There were quite a few things yet to tell in the story, kiddo." We sat in the gathering twilight, waiting for the skeeters as we enjoyed the gradual cooling of the stifling July day. "This reminds me of the time I spent learning from him, actually. I was a bit impatient, too, and Nat was always smiling at me like one day I would know what it was all about. I imagine you might know a little something about that, too." I smiled, having some inclination of what he was talking about. "I remember the early days when we were just starting out. I was sure I knew it all, sure I knew enough to get by, but Nat would show me how little I actually knew." I just sat there, knowing it would begin soon. Grandpa didn't need much prompting when it came for stories, and as we sat watching the day die, it was as good a time as any for a tale. I waved my hand at the first of the mosquitoes, too comfortable with the soil beneath me for a change of venue. "It all started 2 mornings after the incident in the woods. That was the day that he arrived on John's doorstep, before first light. John woke me up as the first fingers of light crept up the horizon. I came awake slowly, opening my eyes like I couldn't believe what I was seeing. "You got a visitor," he said, his eyes full of mischief. "Who is it?" I asked, rubbing sleep from my own eyes. "Come find out. There's coffee in the kitchen," he said. I came into the kitchen about 10 minutes later to find the old man from the woods sitting with John and drinking coffee. He was dressed in furs, his hair long and gray, and when he saw me, his eyes twinkled with mischief. He smiled gummily at me as I came in, and the contrast between his baby pink gums and his nut brown skin was jarring. "You," I said, not sure what was going on. "What are you doing here?" "Came by to see if you'd be interested in learning something a little different from your mountain ways." "How did you know I was from the mountains?" I asked, looking at John distrustfully. The old man laughed. He didn't have to tell me nothing, boy. I can sense the old magic on you. It's in your walk. It's in your speech. It's in the way you tried to fight off the influence of the music the other night. You have talent, but it's raw and untrained. Someone never finished your instruction, and I'd like to fix that. I started to say something I would likely regret, but John must have read my face. My uncle doesn't offer to teach often, and he never offers twice. Think very carefully before you throw away something because you haven't had a cup of coffee and a moment to think about it yet. I started to flare at him too, but instead I took that coffee and had a minute to consider it as I let the warm morning glory wash through me. It was a heck of an offer. Grandma had never taken a student, except for me, and I felt like that might be common. The times were changing. Technology was beginning to rear its head, and most people didn't care about the old ways. This may be one of the last old-timers willing to pass on his secrets, and he had guarded them jealously. I'd be a fool not to take him up on it. "So how about it, boy?" the old man asked. "Yeah," I said after a few seconds of thinking. "I didn't have anything else to do today." He nodded. "Call me Nat. I think you'll need more than an afternoon for what I'm going to teach you, though." We headed out into the woods before the sun was more than an annoying suggestion on the horizon. Feel the world awakening, boy. A new day's beginning, and you're not the only one who knows about it. As we walked through the forest, I felt a chill that had absolutely nothing to do with any nip in the air. It was summer, and the days were at their least temperamental, but I was ill at ease in these woods. I had nearly lost my life here more than once, and I was proceeding in with someone who was a total stranger. Well, not a stranger, I suppose. He'd saved my life, kept me from death, and now he wanted to train me. I guess I just wanted to know why. "Do you have such awakenings in Appalachia?" he asked. I blinked. "How do you know of Appalachia?" The old man chuckled lightly. "How much experience do you have with the spirit world?" We stopped then, the old man taking a seat on a fallen log as he invited me to join him. "A little," I told him. "My grandmother always said that spirits of the dead were best left at peace, so long as they didn't bedevil the living." He turned to look at the rising sun, seeming lost in the brightening sky, before telling me a story of his own. 2 nights ago, while I lay asleep in my bed, someone came to me that was not of my tribe. I've been the spiritual leader of this tribe for a long time, and this was the first time I haven't been approached by a spirit that was of my land. The woman awoke me, told me I had to go right this moment, that her grandson was in great danger, and that I was the only one who could save him. So of course I went right away to help you. I looked at him in disbelief. "Are you saying—" "I'm saying that your grandmother asked me to finish your instruction that night, as well as to save your life," he said gummily. "So I suppose we should begin." He slid to the ground, his bony knees poking out from beneath his hides, and instructed me to do the same. I followed numbly, suddenly more willing to go along with the old man's teachings. The sun rises, a new day begins, and the energy in you is new as well. You can feel it in your stomach, a delicate chord of intentions and potential. Take hold of it, master it, and you can use it as a tool. "Use it?" I asked. "Use it," he reiterated. "Can you feel it?" "Just here," he said, putting a hand on my stomach. I could feel something there, like a ball of twine, and as the sun's rays hit my face, It seemed to come alive with errant heat. You feel it. Now you have to learn to direct it. We sat there till the sun was nearly over top of us, and I dare say I felt about the same as you when we rose to make our way home. How was my grandmother? I asked him, not sure what I meant. She's at peace, though hers is a spirit that seems unwilling to rest. She was a great woman, and you have not fallen far from her shadow. I smiled then, glad to hear she was doing well. You said we could use the power there. What did you mean? He chewed the question over, thinking of the best way to answer my question. When you form your runes, you use this to power them, yes? I nodded, feeling that I understood. Turning to the trees that surrounded us, he lifted his staff and spun. The boughs shook, and the birds took flight. When you know how to control it, you can use such will for all sorts of things, he said, flashing a wet smile. I studied under Nat for 5 years. In those 5 years, I learned much. I swiped a small cloud of mosquitoes away as the darkness settled around us. So you learned from a real magician then, I asked, and stood up as I rubbed the pins out of my legs. I learned the ways, spiritual and supernatural, from a medicine man in good standing with his tribe. Whether he was Merlin or not, I cannot say. Grandpa got up as well, his joints popping as he found his feet. And now, I believe I have given these little bloodsuckers enough to eat. As we walked back to the house, a thought occurred to me. So, can you do that? Do what? Grandpa asked. What he did in that clearing. Grandpa turned, his smile merry, as he thrust his hand toward me. The cloud of mosquitoes there was suddenly shoved away, and my hair was left standing on end. And so many other things, Grandpa chuckled, turning to head back inside.
This year, we had a rare treat for Halloween. Instead of a white Christmas, we had a white October 31st instead. 3 days before Halloween, the region had a terrible blizzard roll through, covering everything in an early season snow. It did little to dampen the spirit of the trick-or-treaters, though. We definitely saw some costumes with thick pants and coats. Grandpa and I sat bundled up on the front porch, passing out candy as we always did, and Gramps was in high spirits. He had finally kicked the cough that had kept him down most of the summer, and as I watched him handing out sweets, I hoped he wasn't going to have a flare-up again. We still had plenty of the stuff they gave us for the breathing machine, but getting him to take it was like pulling teeth. He noticed me watching him and rolled his eyes at me. "Don't worry, son. If I start feeling peaky, I'll go inside. Let me have my fun. Who knows how many more Halloweens an old man like me has in him?" He smiled as he said it, turning back to fill the bags of shivering kids with treats. But we both knew there was honest dread behind those words. There would indeed come a day when there was no Grandpa to fill the bags of the kiddos with the best the Walmart candy aisle had to offer. And I kinda hoped I wouldn't be around to see that day either. This place just wouldn't be the same without Grandpa to make it home. The moon was round and full as it shone over the porch, and as the last of the trick-or-treaters crunched through the snow, we headed back inside with a decidedly empty bowl. "Not bad for a snowbound Halloween," Grandpa commented, pouring the last of the candy into the bowl by the door that he kept for guests. "I was surprised that so many came out," I commented, locking the door and running the chain. "I thought for sure that the snow would keep them away." "Peh, not a chance," Grandpa laughed,
the toilet flushing as he finished his business. "Mountain kids won't miss out on free candy for anything. They've got too much Halloween spirit for that." I had turned to agree with him when a slow and ominous knock swung me back towards the door. It seemed odd, that knock, though I couldn't have told you why. It wasn't the quick and happy knock of a late-night treater. It wasn't the knock you heard from a kid at all. This was the slow and ominous drone of thick knuckles on wood, the low pounding of someone who hadn't had a good night's sleep in years. I looked through the frosted glass on the front door, but the knocker was a hazy outline in the semi-opaque screen. It was adult-sized and man-shaped, but even looking at it made me shudder. The posture reminded me of a corpse, and despite my internal radar pinging like a fish finder, I found I was still reaching for the knob. My numb fingers had reached for the chain when those knuckles dropped lazily against the door again. At long last, it hit me as the chain came sideways, the metal scraping eerily, what those bones sounded like as they rattled the door. I had never heard the noise before, but it had to be an exact match. I tried to resist the pull of courtesy, the draw of hospitality that came from a lifetime with my parents. For my better judgment knew that something terrible lay on the other side of that door, and it would be better to leave it in the cold and the snow. The rapping of those knuckles sounded like fingers drumming on a coffin lid, and I knew without a doubt that this visitor was not of this world. Grandpa caught me by the wrist as my hand closed around the knob, and I was very glad that he had. "Don't open that door. That's not a guest you want in here." The knock came a third time as we stood deliberating, and when it turned slowly from the door and walked away, I breathed a sigh of relief. "Don't celebrate just yet," Grandpa said, putting the chain back up and drawing me away from the door. "It's only just beginning now." "What is?" I asked, not even asking how he knew it was malicious. That had been no straggling trick-or-treater. I'd felt it through the door, but still I felt obligated to offer it hospitality. When someone knocked, after all, and especially when it was cold out, you let them in. It was polite, if not a little foolish on my part. "A night knocker," Grandpa said. "They usually only come on snowy winter nights, but I suppose a restless spirit on Halloween is fitting somehow." "Night knocker?" I asked, jumping a little as a new knock came from the back door. Through the glass, I could see the shadowy figure lurking, and the light from inside the house did little to illuminate it. He raised his hand to knock a second time, and the glass shivered under the bony tunk, tunk, tunk of his gnarled old fist. "Wandering spirits who try to gain entry into a home. Night knockers used to be a profession of sorts, or so I've heard, and I imagine that more than one of them has likely tricked their way into a home that's used to answering a deputy checking for unlocked storefronts. They used to work for the sheriffs in rural areas, checking doors and locking up behind forgetful shopkeepers. But these fellas are a little less altruistic." It finished its third knock while we were gabbing, and I heard it move off across the back porch, back towards the woods. "It's not done yet, boy," Grandpa said, taking the kettle from the sink, and, as if he had conjured it, the thing tapped on the window in the living room, hard enough to rattle the frame. You've encountered them before, then?" I asked, turning to look in the direction of the knocker. "A few times. They aren't very common, but they appear now and again. Don't pay them any mind, boy. If they think you're scared of them, they tend to stick around longer." He added hot cocoa to the kettle, along with milk and some cinnamon, and put it on the stove as he switched the burner on. "Grandma told me about them when I was younger. Said they gave her a real fright when she was around my age. "Have I ever told you that story?" he asked, grinning as he slid me a chair. "I suppose I haven't, or you would have known about the night knockers. It appears we have some time for a story, if you'd like to hear it." I nodded, watching as Grandpa stirred some honey into the pot and poured us each a cup full of the contents as it began to bubble. The knocker had moved onto the front porch again, tapping at the window with its stony old knuckles, and as he moved around the house to find more windows within reach, Grandpa took a testing sip of his hot chocolate. I found mine to be perfect, not too sweet, but also not too hot, but Grandpa must have not approved of his. He took another spoon of the mix and stirred it in, smacking his lips as he tasted it this time. "Perfect. Now where was I? Oh, yes, it was a night much like this, and I was staying with my grandma during a frosty January blizzard. My parents had gone out of town, sort of a second honeymoon for their 11th wedding anniversary, and Grandma and I were spending a night together in her little cabin. A storm had blown up about a week after my parents left, and by the second week we were well and truly snowed in. Why they had decided to take a trip right after Christmas was beyond me, but school was canceled, and it was just Grandma and I on our own. She'd laid in food for the winter, like she always did, and we were eating stew and fresh bread when a knock came on the door. It wasn't a knock of a normal person, though. It was slow and rhythmic, like someone just letting their fingers fall against the wood. I don't know how anyone could be out in this weather, but as I rose to answer the door, Grandma stopped me. "Don't," she said, getting up to check the lock before closing the curtains on the window. "But what if it's someone who needs help?" I asked, worried they'd freeze out there. "It isn't," she said. "It's no one that you can help anyway." "What do you mean?" I asked, getting a little scared as the knocking sounded again against the nearby window. "It's a night knocker," she said, "a restless spirit that wanders and looks for people to let it in." What does it do to them?" I asked, my voice higher than usual as my terror crawled up my throat. "No one really knows. The ones who do don't live long enough to talk about it." She saw that her words really weren't much of a comfort and switched gears. "Luckily for you, it's only one. When I was about your age, I had a whole bunch of them come to your great-grandmother's house while I was there alone. Would you like me to tell you about it?" She'd gone to the wood stove and put on some tea, the kettle already thumping as the water got good and hot. She didn't have any cocoa, very few people did around here at that time, but she had ginger tea and warm honey, and soon she had a cup of it in my shivering hands and was beginning her own story. The knocker was moving from window to window, testing each with his bony knuckles, but as she started her own story, I almost forgot about him. It was March, and Mama had gone out to try to get some supplies. Daddy had been stuck in the mines for about a week, snowed in as the site was waist-deep in powder, and Mama and I were on our own. The food had begun to run low, and Mama had left to see if anything in town was open so she could pick up some supplies. We'd boiled the last of the oats for breakfast, and the kettle of soup we had made from the ham and remaining vegetables was down to the bottom of the pot. Mama had left around noon, saying she'd be back before dark, but dark had come, and Mama was still gone. The fire had cast my grandmother in a ghostly cloak, and as I caught in the spell of her story, she laid out the perils of her snowbound home to me. This wasn't the first time I had been home alone, far from it, and I was busy preparing the middlings of what we had set aside for dinner. There was only a few eggs and some grits left for breakfast, and after that we'd be down to eating the shoe leather. I was adding to the small soup stock we had, mostly boiling vegetables, when someone knocked at the door. I thought it was my mother, and I had my hand around the knob before I was hit with the most overwhelming sense of dread. I had learned from my mother about the unseen world and was acutely aware of its presence, even at 11. I heard it knock again, and it took all my will to remove my hand from the doorknob. Not only was I drawn by the pull of generosity and custom, something that runs deep here in Appalachia, but there was an undeniable draw to let whatever it was in. After the third knock, it moved away, and as the pull dwindled, I breathed a sigh of relief. When another knock came at the door, mirrored by a similar knock at the window, I jumped in surprise and looked over at the window that looked out from the den. There was a man-sized shape there, its fist raised to knock again, but the dimensions were wrong. It was like a living shadow, the thickness seeming temperamental, and when it moved away after the third knock, another took its place and knocked again. Now there were 3 of them, knocking at the windows and the door. They were circling the house, and as they knocked, I felt my breath hitching as my panic rose. It was like an ever-expanding circle, the knocking moving around and around and around. I thought maybe it would stop when they had enough to knock on all the windows and doors, but then others began to tap on the walls and on the roof too. The clamor was too much. I put my hands over my ears as I prayed to God to make it stop. As I stood there sobbing, asking the Almighty to help me, though, the voice of my own grandmother echoed in my head. "The good Lord helps those who help themselves, Junebug. You have the tools, you have the knowledge, so don't bother that man with your trouble. He's got bigger fish to fry." I realized that she was right, and I began to chant a little spell my mother had taught me. It rolled off my tongue like warm tea, and as it did so, the knocking began to decrease in volume. Suddenly, they were no longer banging on the roof. Then the knocking on the walls stopped. Slowly, the knockers on the windows dispersed, and finally, the 2 on the doors ceased as well. It was so quiet, so still, that when a single knock came at the door, I screamed like a tea kettle and nearly dropped in fright. Junebug, it's Mama. Open the door, Junebug. I've got groceries, and the snow has my feet numb." I cried with joy. It was Mama. She was back, and when I gripped the knob, I felt nothing but the love and worry that she had for me. I threw my arms around her, tears streaming down my face as I told her what had happened. She came inside, locking the door and saying she was sorry for being so late. She had made it to town and got the groceries, and when Mr. Argy offered her a ride in his wagon, she thought for sure that she'd be home before dark. Only I must have gotten turned around after I got out the foot of the mountain, 'cause the next thing I knew I was nearly tumbling into Mr. Goldway's holler. We unpacked the groceries, and then she made tea and explained the night knockers to me. After that, I felt a lot better, and I suspect that you do as well. As I drank my tea and listened to her story, I realized that the knocking had stopped. Grandma had distracted me with a story long enough for the knockers to get bored and leave on their own. I kept an ear out for them after that, but I never forgot the power of stories when one is under great emotional stress. I sipped my cocoa as Grandpa finished and realized he had done the same for me. I didn't know when the knocking had stopped, but the only sound in Grandpa's house was the sound of the clock as it ticked the evening away. I guess telling stories is something that runs in the family, I said, finishing my cocoa before going to wash the cup in the sink. I didn't have to see Grandpa smile to hear it in his voice when he said, "We won't know till you have some grandchildren of your own, I suppose." I poured another cup of cocoa and sat sipping at it as I listened to the wind blow and the snow powder around the house, glad to be inside with Grandpa on this wonderful evening with his wonderful tales. From Grandpa's house to ours, we wish you a very happy Halloween. The snows from Halloween had melted, but the weather had remained cold. The winds were picking up, the animals were going to ground, and soon it would be time to get the Christmas decorations out of the attic again. Appalachia was a truly beautiful place, and as I settled in for another winter with Grandpa, I secretly hoped that it would last forever. Grandpa was busy with his carvings, trying to get a little surplus up before spring, and working on some Christmas carvings as well. He was in high spirits, humming carols as he shaved off the finer edges of the animals he was whittling, and I couldn't help but smile. Grandpa was about the only person who could get away with humming Christmas carols before Thanksgiving, without getting an earful. I had worked retail for most of my life before coming here, and Christmas carols before December still elicited a nearly overpowering rage in me. As I sat down, I sighed contentedly as I soaked it all in. This was a peaceful feeling that I could get used to. "I really love it here," I said. "This time of year always reminds me that I'd come and stay here around the holidays so Mom and Dad could get the shopping done." "Yeah, this time of year your grandma always loved best. She lived for cooking turkey and making pies, dipping holiday candles, and just spending time with the family." "I remember helping her dip candles," I said, laughing. "Well, I remember making a mess while she tried to show me how to dip candles the right way." Grandpa laughed, almost dropping the bird he'd been working on. "I remember that. God, what a mess. She had to go back and fix them once you were done, but she waited till you'd went back home since she didn't want to hurt your feelings." I could see a few of Grandma's candles still sitting on the mantelpiece, the sage ones that she had made the summer before she passed. She had been diligent right up to the end, and her death had been so sudden that it had taken everyone by surprise. Grandma had seemed like such a larger-than-life character. The two of them had gone together like hand and glove, and without her, Grandpa had been lost for a while. Having someone else around, though, seemed to have revitalized him, and I was glad that I could be that person. "What was Grandma like when the two of you were young?" I asked, never having thought about it before. Grandpa had told me so much about his own youth, but I hadn't heard him talk about Grandma yet. Somehow I'd always thought of them as childhood sweethearts, playmates who had grown to love each other, but I couldn't think of many cases where either had talked about how they met. "Actually, your grandma was one of the few things I brought back from Alaska with me." I was speechless for a moment, not expecting that. "Wait, you met Grandma in Alaska?" He shook his head at me. "Well, of course. Where else?" "I don't know. I guess I just assumed that she was someone you knew before the war." "Nope. Your grandma was 1 in a million, and I had to go a long way to find her." He looked up at the wall where a picture of the two of them smiled back at him. It had been taken at the stall at the flea market. The two of them looked as happy as I'd ever seen them. It had been about 5 years ago, at the height of spring, and Grandpa's table had been filled with squirrels and birds and all kinds of little animals that seemed to stare back at the camera with equal glee. They had been celebrating their 50th anniversary. The two of them looked ready to celebrate 50 more. I sat there for a minute, patting the armrest expectantly, but Grandpa had gone back to his bird. He was scraping wood away from the plumage again, letting them fall in curls to the tabletop as he worked. He was invested in the project and seemed like he'd forgotten our conversation. When I cleared my throat and brought him around again, he looked a little confused. "I don't usually have to set you up for a story, Gramps. What's the deal?"
Grandpa laughed, rolling his eyes as he held the bird up to get a better look.
Jesus, boy, is that all I'm good for, is telling stories?
Even so, he cocked his head as he thought about how to begin, the tool still shaving wood away from what was starting to look like it might be a cardinal. I suppose it all started over pie, though it ended with something much worse. Your grandma had moved to Alaska with her folks about a year before the war ended. Her old man was some kind of researcher with the government, studying mining operations in Alaska, and she and her mother lived in a little town whose name I can't quite remember, while her father mostly traveled. She was working in a diner on the outskirts when I first saw her. The place looked very American out in what was considered the untamed frontier by many. It looked like a big silver trailer, one of those diners you saw popping up along the highway of the Midwest, and the waitresses wore pink and white striped uniforms, and the kitchen smelled like grease. They were doing pretty well, despite their isolated location among the muddy road to Taylor. They got a lot of trade from the gas trucks and the mail trucks and the guys like me who were hauling this and that somewhere else, and when I first pulled up into the Wild Skies diner, finding love was the last thing on my mind. To tell the truth, it was not pissing my pants or having to shiver by the side of the road as I did my business. I had come charging in and almost knocked her over in my hurry to get to the bathroom, nearly caused her to drop a tray. As my hand reached out to palm the tray she'd been carrying, I locked eyes with her and was suddenly enchanted. "Whoa there, fella," she said, her voice making me homesick for some reason that I would later learn about. "Where's the fire?" I was a little tongue-tied after that, trying to get my bearings so I could do more than flounder like a landed fish, and managed to choke out something about a bathroom as I passed her the food tray. She pointed me back outside, indoor plumbing being a little hit or miss in the sticks, and when I finished my business, I decided I might like to get a bite. Turns out she was my waitress, and as she came to take my order, she set a slice of pie on the table next to my elbow. "To say thanks," she said. "That order would have come out of my paycheck, and it was a biggie. What can I do for you?" One hamburger and fries later, and after a piece of absolutely heavenly apple pie, I made a point to stop by any time I had a delivery to make in Taylor. I made good on that promise, and I probably stopped a few times when I didn't have any reason to be there either. In the time between the bear in my trailer incident and the time the music almost lured me into the woods, I probably ate at the diner a dozen times or more. Your grandmother commented on it, telling me I was becoming quite a staple at the Wild Skies. I think she knew I was there for more than the pie, and she often came to sit and chit-chat with me as I ate. We struck up a friendship and shared a little about our lives before coming here. Turned out she lived in Tennessee before moving here at the age of 15. She had dropped out of school at 16, seeing no reason to continue going when she didn't know anyone, and had been working here ever since. It was kind of nice to have someone else from the same area who'd been uprooted by the government, and we talked a lot about the things we missed back home. For her, it was the peaches. Your grandma loved peaches, and if there'd been a way I could have gotten some here without spending a small fortune, I would have. So after going there for around a year and a half, I came in one afternoon after a pretty sizable delivery to Taylor. I had lugged furniture for the better part of 2 hours out to the back of my truck, and though far from in a state to woo, I was determined to get a good meal and see your grandma. It was dark, the sun doing that thing where it doesn't rise but for a little while, and I was glad to see that the crowd was sparse for a change. The Wild Skies diner was usually packed, and
It made having more than a passing conversation difficult. She smiled as she saw me and came out to take my order, as we did the usual pleasantry chit-chat. Then, so quick I almost missed it, she leaned down and asked me if I would stay until she got off a shift. I told her I didn't mind, but just as I was asking why, she got a call from the kitchen and had to run. I scanned the crowd, wondering if maybe someone was bothering her, and that's when I saw the fella in the long coat. He was tall, probably in the 6-foot range, and his head was covered with a muffler or a balaclava. I wondered if maybe he was one of those Russian holdouts you sometimes heard about, the ones who sometimes lived in the wilderness to avoid being sent home, 'cause he looked pretty burly as he sat there drinking his coffee. The longer I watched him, the more certain I was that he was no Ruski. He had a smell to him, not right on top, but lower than most people can smell. Things that aren't quite people sometimes have that aroma, and the longer I watched him, the less I liked what I saw. I felt pretty sure that this was what had spooked her, and I wasn't looking forward to having to square up with him if it came to it. Your grandma sat down as she brought out my food, putting her back to the guy. She put her head in her hands and just kind of shuddered. It wasn't a tired or a cold shudder. It was the shudder of someone who's been stalked by something not quite of this world. Thanks. I don't think I could have walked out there at the end of my shift if someone wasn't with me. I don't think I've ever seen you spooked like this. What's going on? Do you see that guy in the balaclava? She said, eliciting a nod from me. He's come in for the last 3 days, and always near the end of my shift. Some secret admirer? I asked, trying to keep the jealousy from creeping in. If he is, he's having the opposite effect. He tried to follow me to my car last night. If Andre from the kitchen hadn't come out to give me my apron that I'd forgotten, I don't know what would have happened. We talked a little more as I ate, and when I was done, she took my dishes and kept my coffee refilled as I waited. It wasn't a long wait, maybe an hour, and she kept me company throughout. She was nervous, constantly looking at the guy in the coat, but I'm ashamed to say I was mostly just glad for an excuse to be near her. I had been working up my courage to ask her on a proper date, but I didn't think she'd have any interest in an old roughneck like me. I was almost 6 years her senior, not as uncommon back then as it is now, but it still made me feel a little weird. How would her parents feel about their 17-year-old daughter dating a man almost half into his 20s? When she smiled at me, though, when she touched my hand or my shoulder, or when she laughed at one of my corny jokes, I almost didn't care. She came over to the table with her purse and her coat just as I was finishing my 5th or 6th cup of coffee, and thanked me again for waiting. As we walked to the door, I saw the guy get up and drop some money on the table. It was coins, and they looked weird even from here. I took note of the way his clothes moved and the weird straining they seemed to do, and put a hand on something I kept on my person since the incident with Soap Sally. The leather was softer than when I had first tooled it, having ridden many miles and over many lands, but the runes were still dark and bold across the front. It had worked on the old hag. Let's see if it'd work on whatever kind of boogin this was. I had parked next to her without meaning to, and as we approached her car, I pressed my keys into her hand. Go get in the cab of my truck. The doors are thicker, and I'd rather there was some metal between you and him. She nodded, not questioning as she went jogging to the large truck parked beside her smaller truck. It was a beat-up old farm-all with chains on the tires, and her old man had clearly favored something sturdy over something pretty. With good reason, too. The Alaskan weather was hell on vehicles, and it was clear that this one had seen a few winters here. With her safely stowed away, I turned to the thing in the coat and made myself as big as possible in my threadbare jeans and my patched winter jacket. "The lady isn't interested. Take off and leave her alone." The giant in the balaclava cocked his head, but instead of yelling, it bleated angrily at me, like a goat. Now that it wasn't under a booth, I noticed something else too. It had hooves. Its dark protrusions were planted in the snow, the shiny ends clapping a little at the ice as it came forward. "I said leave," I reiterated, and was surprised to find that my voice didn't shake when I said it. "She isn't interested in you." As I said it, I brought the sigil out of my pocket. The creature had been walking forward, thinking it could bowl past me, but the sight of the sigil stopped him in his tracks. He seemed at odds with himself, the same foot coming forward and sliding back several times before he finally decided to make a move. The sigil had halted bigger creatures than this one, and felt certain it would do for him as well. Even so, when he started charging, his hooves eating up the pavement, I was mighty scared. That might sound weird after hearing me talk about standing against the bone collector, but you're never 100% sure the magic will come to you till it does. It's still like that sometimes, but it was with me that day. He came within 3 strides of me and suddenly impacted a solid wall of force. He bounced off, sliding across the concrete as he lost his cover and was revealed. He was a huge and furry thing, a satyr or some kind of goat man, and he bleated angrily at me before taking off. When I heard his hooves retreating off into the wilderness, I finally put the symbol away and went to check on your grandma. She had watched the exchange through the front window of my truck, and it seemed to amaze her that I'd put the whatever it was off with nothing but my words. She asked what I'd been holding up, and I showed her the sigil and told it was something my grandma had taught me to do. I expected her to scoff and tell me I was crazy, but to my surprise, she had some experience with these sorts of things too. She had lived in haunted houses and had strange experiences with things in Tennessee when she was a girl. The idea that something otherworldly might have followed her didn't seem so far-fetched. I did some digging and discovered that something had been abducting young women in the area for years, though this wasn't an uncommon occurrence. Sometimes people went missing, and if the family was lucky, the police found their remains when the snows thawed. Many of them were shanghaied by less than reputable fellas who lived out in the sticks and became unwilling brides for their growing clans. Your grandmother's fate, though, would likely have been much worse. We sat for a while and just talked about things I'd seen and some of the things I'd done, and when she realized that it was almost 10 o'clock at night, she said she really needed to be going before her mother would worry. I asked her if I could take her out sometime. Surprising myself more than her, she smiled and said she'd wondered when I was going to ask, and we made plans to have dinner with her mother on my next day off. That was how your grandmother and I began dating, and it would begin a very strange balancing act within my life. It wasn't easy working and dating and learning magic from the man in the woods, but I suppose that's what your 20s are for, aren't they? If you're gonna burn your candle at both ends, might as well do it while you're still young enough to bounce back. I smiled to myself as I listened to another of Grandpa's wild tales, the scuff of the tool on the wood making an appropriate background to the tale. At this point, I couldn't even remember a time when I was skeptical of his stories. Grandpa could have told me that he'd saved Grandma from a dragon, and I would have likely believed it. I'd seen so many wondrous things in my time here with my grandpa, and things I would have questioned even a year ago seemed as normal as grocery shopping now.
How'd you convince Grandma to move the length and breadth of the country just for you? Grandpa chuckled. That wasn't even the hardest part. The hardest part was convincing your new girlfriend there not to challenge your grandmother for my affection. We were married by then, though, so there wasn't a lot that Glimmer could do about it, even from the stance of her people. But I think that's a story for another day. Let me finish my bird, son. There's whippoorwills that ain't gonna carve themselves, unfortunately. I left him to it, going to see if I could find Glimmer before it got too late. We've been spending a lot of time together, and I wondered if my own grandparents' move would be as long as the move the two of us would have to make for me to meet Glimmer's parents. Despite living in the woods that I love so much, sometimes it seems like her family lives on a different planet. As I grabbed my coat beside the door, I guessed I'd cross that bridge when it came time. We had just returned from the City Hall's Christmas celebration, and Grandpa was in rare form. He had taken off the beard, but he was still wearing the red suit and iconic cap of the jolly old St. Nick. He had agreed to be the city's Santa that year, and not even the most jaded of children that had sat on his lap had been less than enchanted with him. I had little doubt that there was more than one parent who was scrabbling to fulfill the holiday's wish list that some child had thrust Grandpa's way, but that was to be expected. This was Christmas time, after all, and it was a time for magic. To my surprise, Glimmer had agreed to come with us. I'd been trying to get her more comfortable with groups of people, wanting to let the people in town see her if we intended to be an item, and after some discussion and a little begging, she had agreed to come with us.
It will be nice to see this town. I have heard so much about you and Fisher.
I had bought her a gaudy Christmas sweater from Walmart, complete with a festive green hat to hide her ears, and she had laughed herself sick at the sight of it. It was the color of tinsel, the outside silver and shiny with some red and gold puffballs to break it up a little, and she claimed it was the ugliest thing she had ever seen. It was warm, though, not that the cold bothered her much, and the townspeople had been happy to see her again. So many of them remembered her from Halloween the year before, and we heard endlessly how cute a couple we made. The sweater, I discovered as we sat by the fire in the living room, was just as scratchy as I had thought it would be, but I didn't mind too much. Glimmer snuggled close, her hands clutching at the cup of hot chocolate that Grandpa had made for us, and I was happy to have both the fire and her warmth as I tried to warm the chill from my bones. The snow hadn't left the area since Halloween, and it was one of the coldest winters I could remember.
This warm drink gets better and better every time I have it. What do you call this white fun on top?
I tried not to laugh. Whipped cream. The little ones floating on top are called marshmallows.
Fascinating.
She said it with something close to reverence. Grandpa came back with a cup of his own and sighed happily as he settled into his favorite chair. It's always such a joy to see the kids' faces this time of year. I hope they all get exactly what they want from St. Nick. I smiled. It was nice to see Grandpa so happy. Grandpa wasn't usually prone to melancholy, but sometimes he did get a little introspective, and it seemed to make him blue. Holidays were always good times for Grandpa, and it was nice to see him enjoying life. As long as you don't go and set up your own workshop and try to fill the void when he doesn't, I joked, drawing a laugh from Grandpa. Oh no, I would never try to compete with the man himself. If Santa can't bring the kiddies of Kashmir what they want, then it just can't be done. We laughed, but Glimmer looked slightly confused.
You speak of this Santa Claus like he's real. He's just a story of children, isn't he?
I started to tell her yes, but Grandpa looked scandalized. Oh, heavens, no. Santa's as real as you or I. I met him once when I was in Alaska. Didn't I tell you that story already? I shook my head, more than ready to hear this little tale. No, but you've hinted at it more than once. I've honestly been waiting to hear this one. Grandpa chuckled. I imagine you have. Very well. Let me tell you about the time
that I helped save Christmas. It was December 24th, 1945, and I was as lost as I had ever been. I'd been making a delivery, somewhere. I can't remember, but it was a backwater amongst backwaters. I was in the smaller truck. No need for a huge trailer when you were delivering little more than supplies, and I'd just taken a Christmas feast to a town smaller than the military base I had been at. They had invited me to stay, but I was still hoping to get back in time to see your grandma before it got too late. Well, as the sun set and I was still trying to find the road back to Willowbrook, I was coming to the conclusion that I wasn't going to get home before midnight. There were no cell phones, of course, so I couldn't call my boss and tell him what was happening. I was still trying to find the road again as my truck sat on a quarter of a tank, and I sat by the road and reviewed a map that I hoped was accurate. So, when someone came by and tapped on my door, I jumped high enough to bang my head on the roof of the cab. There, in the middle of nowhere, stood a little old man in a long red coat and a red bucket hat, what you would call a taxicab driver hat now, I suppose. He had a little white beard and a pair of gold spectacles, and he looked as happy to see me as I was confused to see him. We stared at each other for a couple of minutes before I finally reached over and opened the door to the cab. He hopped right in, thanking me for my hospitality as he rubbed his hands together. "I was afraid I'd never find anyone to help me out here," he said in a voice that was familiar, though I couldn't place it. "Well, friend, if I wasn't so lost, you'd have been out of luck. I seem to have gotten turned around, and I can't find my way back to Willowbrook for the life of me." He smiled warmly, his eyes twinkling a little. "Well, then, it's you who's in luck, friend. I just happen to know the way back to Willowbrook if you'd be willing to help me out." I was hesitant, not really trusting some old fella who just appeared out of nowhere like this, but it was Christmas, and couldn't just leave him to freeze in the Alaskan wilderness. I assumed that he had a car further down the road that had run out of gas, or maybe he needed to get a lift to the closest town, and these were both things that were within my power to help with. I told him I'd help him, and he smiled as he extended a hand. I shook it, a little electricity passing between us as I did. So I turned the truck back on, and we got moving. "Which way?" I asked, painfully aware that we might both be walking as I looked at the fuel gauge. "Take a left, and I'll guide you from there." I did so, and as the heater warmed the cab, I found myself curious about the old fella. "How did you come to be out here alone on Christmas Eve?" "Oh, I was making some deliveries when my vehicle got away from me." I nodded, glad to see a fellow delivery man out on the road. I can understand that, for I certainly had to learn to keep it on the road and out of the ditches around here. Not always easy with the ice and snow. I remember one time I was delivering a load to Gnome, driving the yard's newest truck, when I took a turn too wide and put it nose deep into a snowbank. Wayne was fit to be tied when I called him, but luckily the truck wasn't too badly damaged. The old guy laughed, a real belly shaker, and I found myself laughing too as it infected me. "This is a treacherous country, Jack. You've always got to be on your toes, especially when the weather's bad." I nodded, telling him that was sure so. The name hadn't even registered, but looking back, it should have sent up alarm bells. We rode for a ways, my headlights our only real light source, and I kept a careful eye on the fuel gauge. I knew how much I had, and I knew roughly how far it would take me, which wasn't going to be very far. The moon was a thin sliver in the night sky, casting all that snow in an icy pale sheet, and as we drove, the old man kept a careful eye out for his vehicle. I expected to come upon a truck, or maybe even a long trailer like mine, but the further we went, stranger it seemed not to find one. I began to wonder how far he had walked. "Are we getting close?" I asked him, looking over at him as he smiled placidly. "Oh, I should think so. They couldn't have gotten too far." "They?" I asked, a little confused. "My helpers, the ones I left with the truck." I was a little suspicious, but I tried not to let it show. There was a very good reason why you don't pick up hitchhikers out here, and I was beginning to suspect trouble. He looked like a harmless old man, but that's just what he might want me to think. Especially if he was trying to lure me into a trap. These helpers might be men who were ready to rob me and leave me in the cold to die. They could be murderers who were going to bury me in a snowdrift where no one might ever find me. Worst of all, they could be, "My land, Jack, have a little more faith in your fellow man. I'd hope the war hadn't changed you that much." I turned to look at him, and when he told me to watch out, I turned the wheel just before I would have ran my truck straight into a snowbank. "How did you know what I was thinking? Hell, friend, how do you know my name?" The old man opened his mouth a few times as he tried his best to find an answer, but then something caught his eye, and he hollered stop with such ferocity that I had little choice but to oblige. He was out of the cab and into the cold before I had come to a full stop, and I was left watching as he took off for a patch of wood off the road. I called after him, telling him to come back, but that was when I saw what had caught his eye. There was a dent in the snow, something that looked like it had been caused by a very courteous meteor, and the tracks moving away from it made me curious. Despite my better judgment, I was out of the car and, without much thought, pulling my gloves on as I walked past the dent and followed the tracks of the old man. Trap or not, I wanted some answers. I had taken more than my gloves out of the truck, however, and the revolver bumped my hip as I ambled along. The woods were cold and dark, the silver moon cutting a ghostly glow on the snow, and as I moved through the woods, I realized I'd lost the trail. It was the second time that night, I reflected, and I was ready to turn around and find my way back to my truck when I heard a strange noise, the ethereal tinkle of jingle bells. I heard something exhale loudly and turned to find a large deer running towards me. Not just a deer, a reindeer. The reindeer made a sound like an angry hog, and when I threw up a little shield to stop him, he looked confused as he hit the curtain of air. It wouldn't have stopped him in his tracks, not at that point, but the resistance had confused him, and I took advantage of that confusion to draw my gun. The horns on this buck were mighty big, and as I sighted up on him, he seemed to sense the danger he was in and got real still. We stood there, staring at each other for a moment, before a jolly voice called out to me, "I'd appreciate it if you didn't plug my reindeer, Jack." The bells rang merrily as he turned to look at the man, and when I heard the familiar laugh, I looked up to find my passenger, though I gasped at the change he'd undergone. I recognized him now, that he had his iconic look, that was. He wore a long, rich red coat, the trim, white fur. His boots were black, the soot still powdering off of them as he walked. He had a long red cap, like a furry nightcap with a ball on the end, and a rotund stomach that, dare I say, shook when he laughed like a bowl full of jelly. The rosy glow of his face had nothing to do with the cold, and his cheeks practically glowed. "Looks like you caught Blitzen before he could get away," He and Vixen got spooked when we ran afoul of some Canadian geese who were on the move. They dumped me out of my sleigh and went to cool off somewhere, taking my conveyance with them. Now that I've got 'em back," and as he said it, I could see 7 more deer behind him, all strapped to a long red sleigh, "I can get back to work." He took Blitzen and reattached him to the sleigh, and as I watched him climb in, he took up the reins and brought him down with a snap. "Follow the road and you'll get back to Willowbrook by 11, he shouted as the deer began to take off. "If I make it," I yelled after him. When the deer lifted him into the sky, I felt the breath whoosh out of me in surprise. "You'll make it," he shouted, laughing again. "Check the back when you get to the yard. I think you'll find something extraordinary." As he disappeared into the sky, I made my way out of the woods and back to the truck. I found my tank full, and the gauge didn't go down a bit until I pulled into the depot. I remembered what he'd said when I went to go get in my own truck, and pulled back the fastenings to find the back of the storage area full of wrapped presents. There were gifts for everyone. John's whole family, Wayne and his family, the mechanic we had, Scrap, even a couple for your grandma. I was speechless as I transferred them to my truck, and after dropping Wayne's gifts off in the front porch, I drove home to slip the gifts for John and his family under the tree. I was unloading them, careful to slip the gifts for my new girlfriend back into the cab, and that's when I found one that I must have missed earlier. A gift for me. "Merry Christmas, Jack, to help you next time you get lost without a friendly old elf to guide your way." I opened a marvelous road atlas, an atlas that seemed to change with the roads and grow with the land. It served me well, even when I came back to the States, and when I accidentally sold it along with my old pickup truck, I figured it was the old man's way of saying it was time to pass it on. I'll never forget that night, and I'll never forget how I helped Santa and probably saved Christmas. I went and took a sip of my hot chocolate, but found only an empty cup.
Wow, so you really helped Santa cause his time of need?
"I sure did," Grandpa said with a little wink.
"And you stared down a charging reindeer with nothing but a revolver?" I asked, maybe sounding a little skeptical for Grandpa's taste.
"Like I said, I was a much younger man then," he hedged.
I wanted to be skeptical, but it was really no more far-fetched than any of Grandpa's other stories. If I believed that he had learned magic from an honest-to-God Native American medicine man, if I believed that he had scared spirits out of people's houses, then I suppose I had to take this at face value too. Grandpa had lived a life of adventure that most would never know, and I suppose I should count myself lucky that he was willing to share it with me.
Another fine tale,
Glimmer said, getting up and raising her empty cup to Grandpa.
Though I hope I get to appear in another one sometime.
"I have a few more tales with a certain sparkly moonchild in them, though they aren't stories I often like to remember." She frowned, but looked more sad than cross.
We do have our fair share of sad stories, don't we, Fisher?
He nodded, and Glimmer kissed him on top of his cap as she headed for the back door. I followed behind, receiving a kiss of my own and the promise of another visit tomorrow before she returned to the woods. Grandpa was snoring lightly when I got back to the living room, and I covered him in a blanket before heading to bed myself. It had been a long and eventful day, and I was ready to snuggle down under my covers and get my own Christmas wish, some uninterrupted sleep. Happy holidays, everyone. It's me, Dr. Plague. Thank you so much for joining me for the long-awaited story of how Grandpa saved Christmas. Like most of Grandpa's stories, we just have to take it on faith, but I know so many of you have asked over the years for a little bit of confirmation on this long-awaited tale.
As always, I'd like to thank the very talented La Dama de Blanca for reprising her role as Glimmer. I think you might be seeing more of her in the Grandpa story soon, not to give anything away. I hope you've all been enjoying these stories this week as we close off the Christmas season, but maybe not the Christmas stories. Next week, I've got another long-awaited story, a story that's got a little bit of everything in it. It's a 5-day event, and I think you'll all really like it. I don't think anybody's been left out, and I think you'll see all your favorites from Kashmir finally come together. This one's been a long time in the making, but I'm glad I really took my time with it, so that I can give you the story you all deserve. Not to spoil it too much, but we may finally see what happens when the Green Man finds the Pale Lady, and maybe what he finds when he comes to Kashmir isn't to his liking. Anyway, before we go for the night, let's go ahead and thank our sponsors. Thanks to Civ Garstad for being our Spooky Ghost contributor. Thanks to Janet, Lee Kendall, and Saikat for being our Spooky Skeleton contributors. And thanks to Hi Stacy, Winter, Xaronan, Emily Coltsfoot, Stephanie Carrington, Tyler Parker, Cinnamon Fox, Sara ASMR42, and Bella Lee for being our Ghostly Reader contributors. Thanks everyone so much. We just couldn't do the show without you. If you'd like to sponsor the show, come on down to Patreon, or look for the subscription tab on YouTube. Either $5 tier gets you your stories a little bit early, and, of course, you'll be supporting a great channel and a great narrator, whoever he may be. And, as always, thanks for stopping by. Dr. Plague, signing off. A very Merry Christmas and a very Happy Holidays to all of you. Grandpa and I had been taking some much-needed time off lately. 2024 had begun with a lot of excitement, and we had both needed about a week to recover from the skirmish at the Botanical Gardens. It had taken a little longer to get back to my usual pep, probably because all the energy I'd been throwing around. Grandpa had been trying to teach me how to harness these things for the past couple of years, but I suppose there was nothing like having your life in danger to show you what you could really do. I'd come home and slept for, what Grandpa had reported anyway, about 3 days. He hadn't looked too worried when I finally got up, saying that was pretty normal for people my age. When you first realize your full potential, the first really big skirmish you have with something otherworldly, you really understand what it's like to have your life in danger. Fighting that hard will take it out of just about anyone. Anyway, the two of us have been sticking close to home. Me because I was tired, and Grandpa because his cough had come back. I had hated to hear that sickly, railing cough return, and we had immediately put him on a breathing treatment like the doctor had advised. Grandpa hated them, saying it was nothing some hot tea and some rest couldn't help, but I didn't believe it. He had thrown around twice as much energy as I had. No mean feat for someone his age, and I knew that his body was about as wrecked as mine was. So, as we sat at the kitchen table one night, listening to the weather rage outside, I found myself in the mood for another one of his stories. Grandpa really hadn't been in the storytelling mood lately, the cough coming on him so suddenly, and I found that I missed sitting on the porch with a beer and listening to him tell me about the past. A little selfish, I know, but stories have always been such a big part of my relationship with Grandpa, and I was curious about something. Hey, have you ever had a battle like the one we had at the gardens with Nat? Grandpa scrunched his face up. I suppose I did. Nothing like fighting that winter spook, but we definitely had some times. I remember one particular incident where we had to go to put some restless spirits to rest, which was pretty wild. How did that go? I asked, leaning in as Grandpa smiled and stared off into the past. Somewhere between The exorcism at our neighbor's house and the bone collector, I suppose. It was definitely a time that I'll never forget. I'd gotten off of work when I saw Nat and thought I was about to get a scolding. I'd had a lesson with him that afternoon, but I had an emergency delivery that took me well till after dark to get done. He had a distant look when I saw him, and I sighed as I came to sit next to him. "I know, Nat, I'm sorry. I had to make an emergency delivery, and I need you this weekend, if you're done with your emergencies." I nodded, thinking it shouldn't be hard to get the weekend off. We didn't do a lot of deliveries on the weekend, and Wayne had looked guilty when he handed me the slip for the delivery today. He knew it was going to get me back home well past midnight, and he knew how Little John's father liked people coming in late. If I told him I was taking a couple of days off, well, he probably wouldn't have minded much. Should be doable. Where are we going? I didn't think he was going to answer me at first, but he finally did, and I wished he hadn't. Somewhere I wish I wasn't. Somewhere I hoped I wouldn't have to go again. I pressed him for more, but he shook it off, saying he would be here at first light tomorrow to pick me up. Get some sleep, kid, 'cause we got a long day ahead of us tomorrow. I tried my best, but any tiredness I might have had fled at the thought of what we might be doing tomorrow. What was he suggesting we do? Sounded like the house call my grandmother and I made sometimes, but I knew that it was likely to be something more dangerous. I knew that Nat was the spiritual leader for his tribe, but he was usually only dispatched to handle big problems. I drifted off thinking about that fact, picturing the two of us taking on a bone collector 10 times bigger than the one that I had faced. I was roused much earlier than I had wanted to be, as John told me Uncle Nat was waiting downstairs for me. He told me to tell you that at this rate, the two of you won't reach the mound until next spring. He left me to get dressed, and half an hour later we were on the road. Ned had gotten his hands on a familiar-looking farm-all truck that I'd seen in the trucking yard more than once, and as we set out, I asked him where we were going. John mentioned a mound when he came to wake me up. Nat made a noise somewhere between a humph and a throat clearing. "My nephew says too much sometimes. What do you know about the ancestral mounds?" he asked, the truck crunching along on the dirt road. "I know the ones in Georgia, usually protected by the government, if not the tribe. They're sacred sites, usually a place of mass burial, if not honored burial." Nat nodded. "It's the same here. We bury our dead in sites of honor, but some of the mounds weren't made by us. What do you know about how the natives were treated by our old comrades?" I assumed he meant the Russians, and I told him I knew very little. Well, it wasn't well. The Russians had an idea that we should integrate into their idea of society, or be exterminated. Your country treats us a little better, but the bar was set pretty low to start with. The mound we're going to today is one such site. The Russians killed some 300 members of the tribe and buried them in a mass grave. The village didn't really have a name. Our villages were more temporary in those days, and when they wouldn't fall under the occupation, the Russians killed them all to a man. The burial site holds men, women, children, animals, anything that resided in the village, and the graves changed the mind of a lot of natives in the area. I'm guessing that the spirits there are restless," I said. They weren't until someone disturbed them. Some of my people thought it was a good idea to exhume the bodies so they could bury them in a more honorable way. They wanted to lay the dead to rest with more dignity, but the dead didn't appreciate the sentiment. The site's been plagued with bad luck, accidents, and finally with the deaths of 3 workers. The community's spiritual leader attempted to put the spirits to rest, but was unable to do so and nearly lost his life in the attempt. They called me, and I mean to attempt to settle the spirits here. I nodded. Makes sense. How can I help? Your shield work has always been impressive. I would like you to raise a shield around us so I can complete the ritual. Think you can manage that? I told him I could, and as we rolled along to God knows where, I found my eyes getting heavy. You would have said that would be impossible to sleep with such a task ahead of us, but I was soon snoring softly in the passenger seat. My lack of sleep had caught up with me, and when Nat shook me awake some time later, I saw it was nearer to dusk. There was a red mark on the side of my head where I'd been leaning against the glass, and as I shook the weariness from my body, he pressed a cup of coffee into my hand. I stopped about an hour ago at this little post on the way. You never stirred, but I figured you'd like a little mud in you before we get to work. I thanked him, and as I drank the coffee, I surveyed the site. It looked like a construction site more than a burial mound, but I could see a tent near the base, complete with some tables that had been laid with bones for assembly. There were some black bags nearby too, presumably for transporting the bodies, and someone had driven a tractor up beside the mound so they could get some of the dirt out of the way. The land around the mound was barren, but I could feel something here that was anything but dead. The air here practically thrummed with energy, and Nat grabbed his bag and a walking stick before stumping out of the truck. We set up near the base of the mound, drawing a circle as we set out the herbs and implements we would need for the ritual. Nat had brought cleansing herbs, stones I knew would be important for soothing bad energy, and a variety of things that would call to the spirits and draw them to the spot. It was clear that Nat had done this kind of thing before, and as I made the proper markings and set my wards to the task, I felt like an animal in the zoo. Things were watching us, things that did not like us. They were curious at the time, but it was a curiosity that wouldn't last once we got started. This is gonna be the biggest shield you've ever thrown up, Nat told me, fixing himself Indian style on the ground, and it has to be perfect. I need time to build up the energy for this, and if they get their hands on us, they will hurt us. Understand? I nodded, but I hoped I was capable. We'd been practicing my shield work for most of the time with Nat, and I was pretty good. Nat would throw things at me, sometimes rocks and sometimes snow, but never to injure, and I would bring my energy to bear so I could stop it. If I had some time to prep, I could usually focus my runes or sigils and get some extra protection, and this was one time I believed I would need it. Good. Let's get started then. It'll be dark soon, and I want to be back on the road when it is. He lit the herbs and spread out the implements, and when he began speaking the old words that sounded so familiar to my grandmother's world sometimes, I focused my energy and got my shield right. That was when I started to really feel like someone was watching, like I was an animal in the zoo or a fish in a tank at a fancy restaurant. The things that swarmed around us were far from pleasant. Natives with cuts and holes in them, women with blood in their hair, and even bloody children with their necks bent or their bodies crumpled. They were difficult to look at, but I knew they were nothing so much as an accusation against the people who had done this to them. They existed to pass judgment on a system that had failed them, had even decided that in their otherness they should be killed, and that was the worst part of all. I looked back to Nat, but if he saw them, he never said. His eyes were closed, his lips almost singing as he wove the old magic, and as they got closer to us, I wondered if I would be up for the task. When the first one hit the barrier, it felt like someone had lashed me with a switch. It was sudden, so sudden that I nearly lost my concentration, but I straightened as the second and third pressed their bony fingers against the surface. The pain was immense and so different than the snowballs or rocks I had deflected. This was cold, and it was bristly, and it felt like frostbite the longer it stayed in contact with me. I grit my teeth and tried to focus, but I'd been unprepared for anything like this. It was the worst pain, well, the second worst pain in my life, and I'll never forget it. I went to my knees, still holding the shaky barrier, and when I heard Nat's chanting rise in volume, I felt a new surge of power build behind me. Nat's power was different when it cascaded over you, like warm sun and gentle breeze, and as it rocketed forth and through my barrier, I saw the haggard ghost people take a step back, and then another. They left us, disappearing into the mound, and as I panted like a spent dog, I felt Nat pat my shoulder. I looked up to find him smiling. "Not bad, kid. Not bad at all." We drove home then, not saying much, and I was asleep before the mound was out of sight. They said that Nat put me to bed and told all of his kin not to bother me until I was ready to get up. He called Wayne and told him that I was off for a couple of days and not to come over to John's and try to roust me for some delivery. The boy has helped the tribe, and he's more than earned a rest. I slept for 3 days, waking up feeling refreshed, but the memory of those poor souls was not something I could sleep off, like the sore muscles or the aching joints. I sat speechless as Grandpa finished the story. The weather rumbled and boomed outside, but I was thinking more about lost souls and the angry dead. Sounds like quite a time. Grandpa nodded. It was a very instructive time. I went out with Nat a few more times, but it was never quite that intense. We tracked down some missing children and helped a family get a presents out of their house. But by this point, my time in Alaska was growing short. He got up then, putting his cup in the sink and heading for bed. Sometimes I thought it seemed that the stories were all that kept him going, but sometimes it seemed like they were slowly killing him too. "What do you mean?" I asked. "Well, clearly I came back here to settle down, and that time would come sooner than I thought."
Spring was fast on the hoof, and Grandpa was looking and sounding more like himself than he had since Christmas. The doctor had said he could step down to 1 breathing treatment a day, and as the snow melted and the weather became fair, we got about cleaning up the old vegetable garden so we could begin planting. Grandpa was all smiles as he set to work, hoeing up the earth and breaking up the old roots as he got ready to plant the veggies that would grace our table very soon. I was helping out too, stirring up just as much earth as Grandpa, and he laughed as I wiped a handkerchief across my brow and sighed. "What?" I asked, smiling despite myself.
You look like a real sodbuster, kid.
He gave a sigh of his own, taking a seat on a nearby stump as he surveyed the little garden spot.
I always love spring in the mountains. The growing time always makes me glad I found my way back here.
As he said it, I realized I'd been thinking of something for a while, but hadn't vocalized it till just this minute. So how was it that you came to be back in Georgia? Grandpa gave me a funny look.
What you mean, boy?
I mean, you seem to have built a pretty comfortable life for yourself in Alaska. You had a steady gal, a job, friends who treated you like family, and a lot going for you there. Why come back? Why not just live there? Grandpa looked thoughtful for a moment, sipping his tea and seeming to think about the question.
Well, I suppose it all came back to your great-grandmother.
I nodded, thinking this made a lot of sense. They got to missing their baby boy, huh? Grandpa got a faraway look as he put the cup down, looking at the swirl of the old soil as he considered his answer.
Nope. Your great-grandpa was the real reason I came back, I suppose. He wasn't doing too good, and one day your great-grandma told me exactly how bad it was. I had just come back after a long day of driving truck and delivering building supplies when John told me my mother had called while I was out. It wasn't uncommon to get a call from your great-grandma. She was curious about my courtship of your grandmother and how my life was going up in the frozen north, but to call several times in one day wasn't quite so common. It was expensive to call in those days, and I knew that something had to be going on. When she picked up on the first ring, my fears were established. "It's your dad," she said, not even waiting or needing to wait to see who it was. "He's in a bad way." My dad, your great-grandpa, had been a sometimes farmer and a lifetime logger. We hardly had enough land to make farming something to pay the bills with, so Dad worked in the woods most of the year to pay the bills and keep the loan office off our backs. He'd been in the woods with his logging company when a tree had struck him. The kid who had felled it was new and hadn't called it quite quick enough. Dad, unfortunately, had paid the consequences. It broke both his legs, but there was speculation that he might be paralyzed as well. They wouldn't have worried if he'd been screaming about those broken bones, but the fact that he couldn't feel them made them really worried. "I know you're making your own way up there, but we really need you at home right now. Your father won't be able to work for the foreseeable future, and I can't do it on my own." So I hung up the phone and figured I had a big decision to make. John must have seen that on my face, because he took me out to the porch and handed me a beer and asked me what was going on. 15 minutes later, he said it sounded like I only had two real options. "You either go home and help your family, or you stay here and forget them." I blew out a sigh. "That's some pretty stark decision-making, John." "Stark or not, that is the decision you have to make." He was right, of course. My mother hadn't told me I had to come home, and even if she had, I was no child to be called home by my mother's insistence. I was a grown man, free to make my own decisions. But as I lay in bed that night and thought about my old dad dying in his current state, I knew I had a certain amount of responsibility to my parents and my family. Speaking of family, I had something else to ask someone, something I'd been getting ready to ask for a while. When a familiar knock roused me at the crack of dawn, however, I knew I had left someone out of my equation. I opened the door to find Nat smiling at me as he leaned on his walking stick. I know I tell these stories like there's an order to them, but in actuality, I'd been studying with Nat for about 2 years. I'd learned a lot, really grown into my power, and I felt ready for things I might encounter back in Appalachia. John said he had never seen his uncle stay in their town for longer than a few months, and he thought having a student might be a reason behind it. I felt you thinking loud enough to wake the dead last night, Grasshopper. What's got you so riled up? We sat on the porch drinking coffee as I explained it all to him. Nat listened, smiling as he drank his coffee black, but he seemed to be staring off into the middle distance. He didn't seem unhappy with the prospect of me leaving, but I wondered if the twinkle in his eye was something a little more sentimental than he let on. Poor timing, Grasshopper. I was just trying to figure out how to ask if you were ready to travel with me. Not that I need some nosy tenderfoot yapping in my ear every step of the way, but a good strong apprentice, like yourself, would be useful on the trail. Regardless of your answer, I've stayed here too long. I need to leave at the end of the week, shake my roots off a bit, and I'd love for you to go with me. I started to say something, but he put a hand up to stop me. I realize that you have a life here, however, and the nomad lifestyle may not be for you. Take it as providence, kid. You've learned plenty from me, things I've never taught anybody, and I think now that it might be time to part ways. Maybe someday you'll meet someone to teach as I've taught you. Seems to me that the power knows when it's time to pass it on. And that night, it was sure that it was your time to learn. I thanked him for all he had taught me, and he hugged me before hobbling back off into the woods. I never saw Nat again, but his presence never quite left me. After that, I needed to go talk to Dwayne. I knew I was stalling, afraid of what your grandmother might say when I went to ask her, but I justified it as getting my business done in town first. Some of that business would be done at Dolly's pawn shop in Wellerbrook, but a lot of that would depend on how things went with Dwayne. He'd be sad to lose me. I was one of his best drivers, but it was unavoidable. He was waiting for me when I arrived, and it was pretty clear that John had called him and spilled the beans. I understand you need to talk about something kinda important. He offered me a beer, and I took a seat to fill him in. He understood, but still wasn't overly pleased about it. To my surprise, he reached into his pocket and handed me a check. "This is yours. I want you to know how much you helped me grow my business. It's weird to think how we started out with a couple of trucks and a contract with the dairy and Mesa Construction. You've been instrumental in making this place profitable, and I'm going to miss having you around." The check was for $500, a small fortune in those days, and when I asked what it was for, Dwayne told me it was my share of the company. "After you made it a whole year, I started putting a little aside for you. You and John are as good as founding members, and I feel like you deserve a stake in the company." I thanked him for his generosity, and we exchanged handshakes before I rode off into the sunset. When Dwayne's son finally sold the company in 1995, John told me that he sent him a check for close to $5,000. He had invested when it was still small, giving Dwayne about $800 to get him going, and he got it back in spades. John's kids enjoyed it, I reckon, because he died a year later. He was 68, I suppose. It's a damn shame. Hit his wife awful hard. She lived for another, 20 years before she passed, and I used to get a Christmas card from her every year. Dwayne had passed long before that, back in 75, but his son was a good businessman, and the trucking company had thrived. They were early ice road truckers, or so John claimed, and I was glad to hear they were doing fine. With that, I stopped at the bank and closed my account, and then went to Dolly's and got the other part of my business. With $500 extra in hand, I could afford to be generous. When I rode out of town, I was pretty well ready for what was to come. I had to sit down outside the diner for a little while, had to work up my courage before I went in. She was on shift, but she took one look at me and asked her boss if she could take a little break. "Better make it a long one, darling. I need to talk to you about something important." She told me a year or so after the fact that she believed I'd come to break up with her, and when I told her that I had to go back to Georgia, she was sure of it. Well, I won't pretend I didn't see it coming. It was a sweet time, but I can't ask you to choose between me and your father. Long distance never works, especially not this kind of distance, so it might be best if we just... She turned around and gaped as I took a knee in the snow and held out the ring I'd gotten for her from Dolly's. The pawn shop was no fine jeweler, but the ring they had was pretty good. I had found something pretty, not too gaudy, and she covered her mouth when I presented it to her. "I don't want to choose. Melinda Rachel Drainer, will you marry me, be my wife, and come home with me to start our life together?" She never hesitated. She wore that ring right up until the day she died, and only took it off to give it to me on her deathbed. "We need to talk to my parents," she told me, "but yes, I will marry you, Jacob Reese." We kissed right there in the snow, and she went in to give her boss the bad news. Next stop was to talk to the soon-to-be in-laws. Her parents were surprisingly supportive of her decision. Her father and I had met many times, and he liked me more than a little. Her mother and I had met often, and she had always given me her blessing to marry her daughter. They said they would be sad to see her go, but they wished us luck and even chipped in a little for a wedding present. "Dowries are a little out of style, but I figure it's the least we can do to help you start your new life," her father had said. By the end of the week, she and I were packed, and I stood on the porch of the house I knew I would never see again, and said my goodbyes to John's family. His father wished me well, saying there would be a place here for me if I ever came back. His siblings thanked me for helping them, and his sister Alla gave me some books on folklore to take with me. "I've seen you eyeing them," she said with a wink. "Take them as something to remember us by." After 100 hugs and handshakes, your grandma and I piled into John's old Jeep, and off we went for the airport. I say airport, but that really is too grand a term. It was a puddle jumper launching that would take us to California, where we could get something a little bigger to Atlanta. There we would have to make our way back on our own, but I had funds to pick up something cheap to get us there. That was an interesting trip, though ultimately unremarkable. We said our goodbyes to John at the airport, mine a little more tearful than hers. I had rarely embraced another man before that, but when John hugged me, it felt right. "You're my brother, Jack," John said in my ear, the smell of his aftershave a memory I'll carry forever. No matter where you go, just know that your family will be with you. It's been an honor to know you." "All right," I told him as we stepped away from each other. "I should hope so," he said. He stayed until our plane pulled away, and that's how I remember him, standing tall by the tarmac as his hair blew in the manufactured breeze. That was the last time I saw Alaska, outside of my dreams at least.
Grandpa looked wistfully at the sun as it set behind the trees.
"I did write and called once the telephone lines got a little more stable up there. Before he died, I was calling him at least once a week, and I think that's why we stayed close. He could never afford to fly out to see me, and I was never able to justify the cost of flying to see him. Time passed, but we never lost contact until time severed our friendship. I wish I could have gone to his funeral. Wish I could have seen his children. Of all the things I regret, that's probably the one that hurts the most."
We didn't say much after that. We just sat and watched the day pass as Grandpa visited with his ghosts. Hey there, everyone. It's Dr. Plague. I just wanted to pop in at the end to let you know that this will, for all intents and purposes, be the end of year 2 of Grandpa's stories. I've got a big story planned for a little while later, hopefully involving La Dama de Blanca, among others, as it's going to be a bigger one like the Bone Collector story, and revolve mostly around her and Grandpa's grandson as they try to meet what may be his grandson's soon-to-be in-laws. It's been a real pleasure writing these stories for you, and a real joy to bring them to you. I never have to question where the vote's going to go when it comes between Grandpa and another story. You guys always pretty much bet on Grandpa. When I wrote my little story about Grandpa's friend being a tree all those years ago, I never really thought it would take off quite this much, but I'm glad you guys have been here for the ride, and I look forward to what comes next for Grandpa and his grandson as they continue on in their strange place in the Appalachians.